Good morning. Happy 21st of October, 2025, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual journal, trading journal, I should say. And yeah, we're off to another start, another day of trading fun. This is my, as I said, this is my virtual trading journal. I believe journaling is important. I don't multitask well, and I landed upon this idea. I think the suggestion of Tom, perhaps, really works great in my opinion. I capture everything on my video, in the video on my two trading screens here. And my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking, so I don't have to be screen snapping and typing and those kind of things in a journal, which is really handy. I can focus on trading. Yesterday, my focus wavered, and I was doing something with my broker on another machine here off to my left, and missed the signal and missed a fantastic IB continuation trade. So that's why I don't want to do that anymore. This is not for financial advice or trade advice. I openly share and insist on complete transparency and accountability. That's why the stream is so long. I start every morning at 8 o'clock, as I am now, and it goes until 1500. So there's no possibility of an opportunity presenting itself, and I don't take it because I don't have the stream up and running. So, and that happened early on, and that's why I've made the decision to do this. So, looks like there's some issue with the chat. I don't know. AWS fell over yesterday, and everything's upside down apparently. So, we'll see if the chat's working or not. Looks like it's not, but anyway. The stream is trickling down the hill, so that's a good thing. Yeah, let's get on with the numbers, which there are a few. Obviously, the juvenile delinquents in D.C. are still up to their tricks. So here are the numbers of reports for the day. Basically nothing. A couple of speakers and crude. We do have earnings, which are, not dependent on the... There's an old saying I really like: if you hire clowns, expect a circus. I guess that's what we got. I guess that's where we are. Netflix will be out. Now, the way these reports work here, this is investing.com, which is all of my news. I only use two news sources, and they're free. Thinking that's advantageous to anybody that's listening here. Netflix, the way these work is the little quarter moon means they're going to report after the bell or the close, and this is before market open. So there you go. We're in earnings season once again, as I said. This is investing.com. It can be filtered for your time zone, the reports you like, all those kinds of things. The other reporting service that I use now, which is much more recent, I've used investing.com for years, is called Financial Juice. That's this thing. It's got a similar docket or calendar over here. I don't like the presentation as well for screen snapping. I prefer to make a screen snap here, and then I can post it in a Discord or wherever, and it's clean and concise and small, and it's not some goofy colors or whatever else it is. I don't feel the same way about Financial Juice. However, Financial Juice does have on this side much more of a squawk box idea, more of a running squawk box. So there you go, and both are free, and you'll get this prompt repeatedly on Financial Juice. But there you have it. What are we going to do for the pre-market? Well, this is IRT, Investor RT, which is my charting package pretty much, and it's from Investor RT, LINSoft, LINN Soft. These screens reflect the ES Mini and the NASDAQ Mini. These are Renko charts. As you can see right here at the top, everything is transparently displayed for you here. And this is my higher time frame chart, which is the micro composite. What this basically is real simple. Let me just say at the beginning here, everything I do is straightforward and based on data, price action, probabilities, and statistics, period. So this is RTH session only, daily candles. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. By so doing, I get a volume profile or market micro composite, MCVPOC, and I get these high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines. They push automatically to bookmap. Now you see that yesterday we gapped up. Hold on. Wow, sneeze attack. Sorry about that. Maybe it's not over yet. Yesterday we gapped up and we didn't even remotely consider closing the gap. So I didn't include that in this micro composite, and I'll start a new one depending on where we go today. Simple as that. This is the market profile chart, which should be obvious, and it's right now in full session. When we open, I'll change it to RTH, as I will both of these two charts. What's going on for volume? Well, I hesitate to make a guess, but I'd say we're kind of light. Let's look. Yeah, 69% of average volume. This doesn't seem right to me. Oh, and this is the average, the ATR for the 1 minute candle. I know one problem here we have, and that's that this is working on the RTH only, not the full session. So let's see what the full session says. There we go. About 68% of volume for this time of day. And this is the open interest, pretty low. Drop down there. Okay. Now, the session prices and the high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap, which is, come on, where the hell you go over here, Mr. Mouse? There you are. This is bookmap. This is my execution platform so far. And this is the most expensive secret indicator that I use, and it's a vertical line. Throw it on the first print of every session. This is just a visual cue for me to be able to glance to my left and make sure I have the entire session in view on the chart for context purposes. And that's it. There is no other indicators on my bookmap or my IRT. Now, those astute traders out there that say, but wait, you've got a Globex VWAP and a full session or RTH session VWAP, which is a calculated number. So that's true. If you want to call that an indicator, knock yourself out. This is my DOM. Should be obvious. Price ladder, whatever you want to call that. Shows liquidity, shows all prices. It's the full level 2. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values. And this is the high and low volume node, which push from IRT to bookmap. This is the full session volume profile. Started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. And here is my, probably one of my more important columns. This is my notes column. And the first thing I do is determine where we're going to open, what open type we will be in. And that will and then I change the title. I do that because when I look at a screen snap or the recording, I can see the title of this column and instantly know a lot of information about the session. And how do you determine the open type? There are only 4, and there's only 2 criteria. Like I said, simple, right? The KISS principle. If we opened right here, right now, where would this price, this opening price, be in relationship to the previous RTH close, which is right here, and the previous RTH range, which is right here? Well, it's lower than the close, and it's within range. So the open type for the day, I am assuming or anticipating to be lower in range. And there you have it. Now that will dictate the statistics that I use to input alongside their adjacent price levels, which are pushed from my RT. One thing here now about the price levels in my charts, as I said, nothing is complicated or mysterious. There's a POC for both the full session and the RTH session, and the POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the session, the most contracts have traded in this overnight at 67.67, right there, to 3,088. The minute that one of these price levels is 3,089, that POC is going to move there. Now, the line plots just to show me where the levels have been. I have an RTH VWAP and a Globex VWAP, which is volume weighted average price. Stand by. And there is a mid for the RTH session. And a couple of lines which sometimes cause confusion are the IB high, which is right there, and the IB low. Now, I think the confusion comes from the naming, which is an old market profileism that stands for initial balance. The reality of these 2 levels is nothing more complicated than they mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that is exactly it. Nothing more complicated. These gradations over here indicate that resting liquidity, just graphic representation of the resting liquidity in the book. There's 108 contracts at 7,000. And there you go. So there you are. That's it. Now, the next thing, so after we've determined all of that, what I'm going to do is now clear the notes, and then we'll enter the new statistics for the associated prices. And as the market opens and continues, I'll put those flags in there. Okay, so let's look at the statistics. Ooh, that sounds complicated. I'll show you how tough this is. This is really complicated now. Be careful. So this is the homework study, the statistics study from my IRT. There are 4 types: open higher out of range, higher in range, lower out of range, gap up, gap down. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type after the open, obviously, and this is from yesterday, and this was a gap up, wasn't it? Yes, it was. And we didn't close the gap or even remotely look back, by the way. Now we're going to open lower in range, we've decided. So the study looks back at 2,000 trading days. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened lower in range 586 of those days. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 494 times, or 84.3%. Here's where it gets real difficult. Overnight volume point of control, 84.3. Wow. That's exactly all you do. That's all there is to it. And now I will just go down the list. The overnight mid, 83.3. Overnight mid, 83.3. I'm telling you, if you adjust your thinking that this is just common sense, logic, statistics, and price, you will be much better off, in my opinion. Okay. We got the overnight midwest. We got the previous close of 73.7. And remember now, all I'm doing is going down the list of the statistics, which are in probability order, for the open type that we expect to have happen. We just did the close. Now we're going to do the, I'm not going to worry so much about the mid. Here's what I was looking for, the IB high, which is 70.3, and I'll show you why I was looking for that. So the IB high we've determined is living under here. You can see it right there, the green line. And there's the title over on the indicator. But the cloud note flags they only publish one name and whichever one is on top. But we're going to go with the IB high, which is 70.3. And I'm going to put in IB high. And why would I do that? Because the minute we open, this level is going to reflect the high of this upcoming RTH session for the first 1 hour. So it's going to immediately jump to wherever price is. It may be here. Who knows? But that's the way it works. Then we have the value area low, which is 68.8, and that happens to be, well, this didn't work out like I had it planned. 68.8. That's right there. Now, one word about these value areas. The value area high and low are from the previous auction. The developing value area high or low are for this the current auctioning session. Typically, the overnight high and low are important, and that's where I'm heading here. So the overnight low is 50.1. That's right there. 1%. And where the hell did the overnight high go? Did I miss it? Oh, I did it wrong. Sorry. The overnight low is 67.1. Got the wrong column. Oops, bad boy. I looked at the wrong column. There we go. 70.3. Oh, they did the same thing for the now. Okay, that's right. Where the hell's the overnight high? There we are. 52.7. That's up here. Okay, I'm going to figure that's maybe the previous RTHs. Previous high is 40.1. Good. Now, this is a perfect example, and hopefully you recognize that, well, wait a minute, how are we going to get to 52.7 if we have this probability at 40.1? These are probabilities looking backwards at 2,000 trading days. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. This is a probability, period. Okay? So, what else we got over here? That'll be enough, I guess, for now. And the next order of business that I do every day, and you'll if you're new around here, you'll figure out I'm a creature of habit pretty much. Wait a second here. Why is this not working? My stream isn't happening correctly up here, and I don't know why. Looks like it's streaming okay. I just noticed that. I monitor the stream on another. I have lots of stuff in here. In front of me is a 4-monitor rack. The lower 2 monitors are my trading screens, and then off to my left, standing desk here in an L, is another monitor on the trading machine. That's vertical, that has OBS and stuff. But the two top monitors in front of me are run by another computer. And I monitor the stream, and it's saying that it's waiting for the October 21st. That doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, does it? So I'm not going to get all hung up with that at the moment. It looks to me like the stream is going, and there are some folks have joined. So let me see if I can figure out what the hell's going on with that. And let me put in the what I was getting ready to explain, which is the TLab snap. And that is what you say. Well, remember, I don't multitask well, so, bear with me. The TLab snap. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day, out of respect and support, I put 2 snaps a day in there. I used to be real active, but I'm now focused on this, my trading and this stream because it is my virtual journal. So I don't dilute myself because I don't, as you'll figure out, I don't multitask well and do lots of different things anymore. So I put this snap in at about 8:20 to give those folks that don't have the same charting stuff all the levels they might need. And I also put a snap of the numbers and reports for the day in there at about 6 o'clock in the morning. So there's that. Now let's get back to the business at hand here. Okay, so we haven't opened yet. It's 8:21, and what's the next important thing? Well, being able to trade would be handy, wouldn't it? So here we have the trade control panel, which you must activate and select a method that you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the trade control panel, or the trade active data column. If you choose dome, the only place you can trade with the mouse are the dome columns, and both is, as you suspect, both. Now I use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology comes into play. And this is the smallest risk-neutral package that you can use because it is based, you must have an even number of contracts. That's pretty weird. So that's a package of 2. And then you decide what stop you will use for the entire package. And this needs to be worked out by you. And the first criteria that I suggest you use is the risk parameters associated with your current account. Think about it. If you put a bigger stop in here and 50% of your account, two stops, you're done. I mean, that's how it works. Also, the volatility of the day. Once this is established, your first take profit target or your risk neutral scale is automatic because it's for the same number of ticks as the stop is a loss, but it is in positive, of course, and for half of the package. Once you've achieved this, the worst you can possibly do in the trade is scratch, unless you are a donut and you move your stop away from your entry, which I never do, so don't even talk about it. And then there's the runner. You can have multiple contracts. You can set up for higher volatility, whatever you do, however you determine it, but that's the methodology involved. Now, because I have multi-brackets set up and I have these metrics up here visible, I don't need any of the other tools or functionality of the trade control panel, so I can confirm that this is the right package size. I have both. And I can click this button again, stays green, padlock stays open, but I get the screen real estate back, and I have all my metrics. I have the cancel all and close all buttons up here for an emergency. There you go. Now I'm going to try to figure out what's going on with the stream. It's jumping and jerking around like it's streaming. On my OBS, it says that it is, but what's puzzling me is there's something down here about one waiting scheduled for October 21st, 25. I don't know what the hell that even means. As you might imagine, I am quite a long way from being a... Well, this is live. Let's see what happens here. I think the chat's upside down thanks to that AWS story. Well, there's that. So the chat is not pulling across, apparently. What is going on here? Let's see. Just one waiting, useful links below. I don't know what the hell is going on. That's not coming to my OBS. This chat that what I typed in there. So I guess the chat or YouTube or somebody's having a problem. Yeah, the chat's not talking to itself. What I type in the OBS on my trading machines is not making it to the streaming chat that I see, and what I type up there is not making it back to OBS. So I don't know what to do. I'll keep an eye on both, I guess, and see which. I don't know what to, like I said, I don't know what to do. I'm a trader, and I do this as my virtual journal, like I said before. Looks like the stream is chugging along, so that's good. Welcome to the channel. I'm only in this for the thumbs up and the likes, subs, whatever. It's my virtual journal, and I openly share it with anybody that wants to look over my shoulder and watch what I do all day. The concept of the voiceover is to be able to include what I was thinking into the recording. Obviously, you see everything on the video. And we're going to open here in about 3 or 2 or somebody like that minutes. So we can trade. I've done the setup. Oh, pre-market. Well, this is the pre-market. Here was our open. We've basically traded below the open almost all night, so we have short inventory. The typical idea then is to suspect that we're going to have some responsive buying to take profit. Let's see what happens. We're still working off that gap, and we haven't closed that. What else is going on here? Volume is light, as we discussed. Yeah, okay, so let's get ready to rumble here. We're going to open in a couple of minutes, about 1. Let's hope this stupid thing resets on time like it's supposed to. Jesus, it's frustrating. For years, this was no problem. Now I updated versions or whatever, and all of a sudden, the volume profile, which I want to reset and start plotting at exactly 8:30, seems to have an issue, and somebody suggested it was a time clock's out of sync with my computer, so I created a custom task which resets to the time server every morning at 7 o'clock, and I log into Rhythmic as administrator, where you can have Rhythmic reset your computer clock to sync with their market clock every 2 minutes. So, I'm assuming that I've got it covered, but who the hell knows? We know what Blue Boy's about. We're going to remain lower in range. That's good. Here's where we would go higher in range. No news, no reports. That means random risk is afoot. There's our reset. Oh, what happened right at 8:30? I'm so pleased. Thank you very much, Mr. Computer. Yay, me. Now what I'm going to do is switch the IRT to day session only, and I'll explain why I'm doing that in a minute. Remember, Mr. One Thing at a Time guy over here. And just for anybody that wants to know, I also plot this exact setup on the micros right here. Come on. Okay, don't come on then. I don't care. I've got to do something with the systems. I don't know what it is, but I build my own trading machines, and I, thought I had the most comprehensive and the best stuff I had when I built this 3.5 years ago, I guess. Now maybe that's the problem. It's a i9 12900K multiple core and thread, the latest Intel processor, and it's got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and a NVIDIA RTX GPU with 12 gigs of RAM, but it's a 3060, so I think it could be the GPU that's giving me trouble. I don't know, but I'm sick of thinking about it. So, all right, let's get back over here, and I'll start throwing my migrating volume point of control flags on here, and this is a holdover from yesteryear. Now what I'm going to do is, if you haven't paid thousands of dollars for this top secret indicator, turn your head, please. Okay, there we go. A vertical line at the session start. Blue boy. My workflow is, as I mentioned earlier, if you were around in the pre-market, my workflow is to keep the blue line always in view on the left side of my monitor. And what does that do? That lets me know that I have the full session in view. This is the full ETH session, right up until the RTH Open. I will do the same thing here. That way I always have a firm understanding of context, or, I'm firmly rooted in context. The reason for that description was, previously I kept a 5-minute candle down. I kept the time frame on 5 minutes. Obviously, through the course of the day, this yellow line plots the entire day, but pretty soon it would scroll off the left of the screen and I wouldn't see where the POC had been. So I was using these flags. Now that I use Blue Boy, I see that, but old habits die hard, so there you go. I'm so pleased that this worked out right. I can't even believe it. That's just wonderful. Doesn't look exactly right, though, because we've got lower ground down here and we didn't get our low down there. But we'll see if it catches up here. Again, remember the IB high, the IB low, nothing more complicated than a marker for the high and low of the first 1 hour. Obviously, as price goes up, the IB high changes. As price goes down, the IB low changes until 9:30. Then they don't go anywhere anymore. That simple. We have yet to take out... No, we have taken out the IB high, or volume point of control right there, the overnight. And that's what else we have going on. Now, the next thing I try to do let's see what we've got here for open and VWAP and all these other kinds of things we have going. Oh, look at us go. Extending the range higher. What's going to happen? Pretty soon these guys are going to jump up there. Now, let me point out something. The data that drives this line indicator and the flag is the exact same data pushed from my RT at the exact same time. The most frequent refresh I can set on the cloud node column is 1 minute, and whoever the boys and girls are that coded up this indicator have it much less than that. So sometimes they get out of sync. The line will jump and then the flag will come trotting along behind it. About all I can say. So I try to get this to where I have 1 point increments on the price ladder and keep the blue boy in range. That way I always have a relatable scale in my mind. And remember, this is my journal, so there you have it. I wish I knew how to fix that chat, but I don't know what to do, so I'm not going to worry about it. It looks to me like the stream is moving. I see my mouse jumping around. I could put my headset on and make sure the audio is working, I guess. Hold on. Yeah, it is. This room is completely, my office here is completely quiet, so I have to put the headset on to hear anything, music or whatever else. And welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up and, send money. Maybe not. I heard a funny, well, never. I probably shouldn't joke about that because human nature is to do things like that, I guess. This is way back before most of you were probably born, in the days of newspapers. No internet, no cell phone, newspapers. Some guy put an ad in 2 or 3 larger newspapers, New York, wherever it was. Rush $1 now, offer closes in such a days. And put an ad, had a box. You used to be able to have a box at the newspaper where responses to that ad would go. And the story goes he made like $50,000 or $60,000. Said nothing. Was not fraud, just said rush $1. Offer closes at the weekend or something. And 50 some thousand people did. And I'm fairly sure that was true. All right, the reason that I changed the charting to the day session from the full session is to keep the developing value area high and low in the proper relationship with the value area high and low, which I described in the pre-market. For all of the people who use the session prices, which I am happy to share freely with anybody that wants them, you included, just drop, like, subscribe, throw something in the chat that you want the session prices, and I'll hook you up. These plot live starting at 1700 on Sunday, continuously through 1600 on Friday from my IRT. Alive in real time. Well, back to the point. So all of those people assume that the value area high is for the previous auction, meaning yesterday's RTH. And the developing auction is for the current RTH. And the reason I need to change those on IRT is the minute we open the new RTH session, the previous auction suddenly becomes last night's ETH. So that's why I do that. Now, the secrets. And there we go, boys and girls. I hope it's a great morning wherever you are. It's 24C here. Which, if you're an F'er, is probably somewhere around 73 or 4, I guess. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see something here. Let's see what the one of the things that is in alignment with my commitment to transparency and accountability. You'll notice that I share the entire monitors, stream the monitors, not just the applications. So anybody can see what apps I have open at the bottom here. If there's double instances of whatever, plus the computer time clock in hours, minutes, and seconds, and the date, which ties back to Bookmap and IRT. There you go. Now I wanted to see something over here. Huh. I don't know why OBS is upside down, but shouldn't be, but anyway, okay. Everything looks right on the YouTube, whatever that's called, studio thing. So we're just doing what? We're rotating in a tight range. Remember, this is 69 and this is 77. That's 8 handles. If you're thinking about taking trades, you're probably getting a little jumping the gun a little bit there. Unless you've done your proper statistical study and you know that you have a proven expectancy, and that whatever that setup could be, I can't imagine. But there you go. Okay. I'm going to continue on here, and hopefully that'll be happening. So here's yesterday's RTH session, and here's today's, right? Make those a little wider, maybe. Easier to see. And same thing down here. Spread them out a little bit. You see that we didn't remotely close the gap here from yesterday, and we're opened up near the upper quartile of the yesterday's trade. Yesterday was a P-shaped profile, which if you're a market profilist, you'll know that is indicative of short covering. I guess cleaning up the shorts off of this, oh boy, we're going to charge China $1 million. And then here's what's so funny about that, which will bring me around to a conversation I'm going to have in a little bit called random risk and why it's so important in this environment that we're in. Without any reports or anything, which we very definitely are aware of always, right? Let me just change this to something here. I got to till this guy gets the chapter marker thing fixed. I'm having to do this manually, and that's painful for me. Yeah, so we're in a strange market environment at this point. We have what I've never really experienced before, which is a continual unqualified or unrecognized potential for critical risk to the auction at any time. Now what I mean by that is, and it's no political statement whatsoever, it's a statement of fact about risk and about your account and trading. The first thing I do every day here on the stream, besides good morning, is the numbers and the reports, right? Why do I do that? Because those are identified, scheduled risks, potential risks to the auction. Non-farm payroll, the biggest number that we have, we all know that it's going to be the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. You can mitigate that risk. You can make a plan for that risk. In my case, I'm flat. Okay? The situation that we have now with the current political environment is, basically, we don't have any idea what may or may not happen or when. That is really, really dangerous. That is an unidentified, potentially critical risk. And if you don't believe that, or you think I'm, full of crap, this is Friday. That's 227.75 handles in the ES. That was prompted by one tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning by Donald Trump. Not verified, no statistics, no data, no news sources verifying or, denying that that was the truth. And I'm not saying that any of that's required, but typically you would think so with such a huge reaction. Just a random tweet that ended up getting completely walked back over the course of the balance of the week, of this so far. I mean, and this is not this Friday, this is last Friday before, right? And through the course of the next week, it was completely walked back by Besant and those different people. But he tweeted the story about China. He's going to put 100% tariff on China for whatever reason it was. I think rare earths or something. And the market sold off. Was the market looking for an excuse? Probably. But the point is, we have no way of planning for that. So, in my opinion, and the way I'm approaching the market is to be only taking A+ setups, very intentionally limiting, exposing the account to risk, to market risk, for as short a time as possible. And I think that's important. I mean, I know it's important. I don't think it's important. I know so. We have nothing here, right? Other than the earnings. Before this day's over, we may have, Trump's going to meet with somebody or they try to get him into the schedule, which is a little bit of a heads up, but like that thing 2 Fridays ago, that just happened. And that wasn't a press conference. That was no official statement. That was some crap he tweeted on Trump Truth Social or whatever that thing is called. So, and I'm not making any comment about that being right or wrong. I'm just saying that something so insignificant and unprofessional could have such a dramatic impact on the market. You better be ready for that. Never have. Here we go with some more advice that you may or may not like. Always use a bracket order. Absolutely. Have your stop and your targets with a bracket set up in a bracket order, as I did in the pre-market for the risk neutral bracket, and make sure that your broker, if you're using one, is got those orders server side, not on your computer. So that eliminates your internet falling over, like yesterday with AWS. These are risks to our business, and these are any businessman, any project manager sets up a business, and the first thing you should do is establish or identify risks to your project or your business, and then make a mitigation plan. What will I do if this happens? In the case of an unplanned, unscheduled, potentially high critical risk, there's nothing, we can make no mitigation plan. The only mitigation plan I know of is to be prepared for the worst all the time. Limit your exposure to the market and only take A+ setups and always have a bracket order. I don't know what else to do. If anybody else got a better idea, throw something in the chat because if it was working, I don't know what to do about that either. But anyway. All right, so there we go. 10 minutes to 9. so far. Now remember that last Friday and again yesterday at about 9:15 or 9:20, my internet dropped off, and it dropped off long enough for the OBS to shut down and the stream to shut down. I think I'm quick enough on the trigger now to understand what to do, which is to jump quickly to a Wi-Fi backup. And I know how to do that quickly. So we'll see if that happens today, if I'm ready. Let's pretend and fingers crossed that it doesn't happen. All right. I'm only taking initial balance trades, so I am watching and narrating and getting a feel for the market. We know that old Blue Boy here is letting us know what the entire context of the day is. And that's the way I'll keep it. When the time should come that I may want to interact or plan to interact with the market, trade, in other words, trade, I can scroll in as tight as I want to get. Bookmap can get you way too tight, in my opinion. For me. But here we go. All right, let's see what's going on with the rest of the world here in my world, my trading world. So my screens, I've got everything on the RTH session. That's a good thing. This opened up a little, so it continues to plot. Let's have a look at the backtesting setup. So here is my my trade system and my backtest, which I use for backtesting and vetting these various setups. And the way it works with IRT is you have to build a set of rules for everything. The computer goes through them one at a time, including for both long and short. Doesn't have a handy thing like multi-brackets where you just put in a stop and a target and it is smart enough to know which way you want to go. I mean, it couldn't possibly do that, so that's no problem. Now, this chart is just for my visual verification that the rules and the actions that I have established for the trading system for this particular, which is the IB trades, the two IB trades, I want to see that they're happening when and where I think they should, or that I expect them to. These lines and levels are just custom indicators and custom price or session or signal markers, which I have coded into this chart. They in no way connect over here to the system, other than they accurately reflect the rules and the session mark and the signals. Okay, here's an example of the signals. Here's where I was asleep at the frickin' wheel and didn't take this trigger right here, and that was that was an IB continuation trade, and there you go. I was busy typing something else, and I don't chase after I turned around and saw that it had run off and left me. So let's get screwed in now and figure out what we're doing. All right, this is there's a continuation zone and there is a pullback zone around the initial balance. In this case, this is the initial balance low, and this is the initial balance high. This was yesterday, RTH, and this is today. But wait, why don't I see the lines over here? Because it's not 9:30 yet. Remember the definition of the initial balance. 9:30. There's no statistic, nor, therefore, in my case, there's no possibility of a trade before 9:30. So we'll monitor this and we will see what we get right over here. And then I'll go through the back testing and stuff and, you know, later in the day in detail and examples and all that kind of stuff. But let's get ready to rumble here. Let's try to put on a trade and see if we can make some money. Isn't that the idea? I think so. Last time I looked. I just do this in the morning so that I can describe it and talk about it and get set up for it. All right, there we go. I'm going to go reload my green tea glass here and see if I can catch Mama off unaware and sneak a kiss off her, maybe. You never know. I get lucky. Ooh, lucky. I'll be back in a flash. All right, what happened? Usually Antonio or Richard or somebody takes a trade while I'm gone and gets rich. I don't know if anybody's around. I can't tell what's going on. If you're hearing me, throw something in the chat and let me see if I see something, please. That'd be great. I've put one from OBS and I've put one from this monitoring chat that I have, or stream that I have, and I only see it says disconnected. Beats the hell out of me what's going on. I guess I should probably get up to speed with with this. So. Too. Somebody's put something in there because it's now got whatever that thing is, that purple thing, number 2. So somebody's put something in there. I don't know what, but I'm not seeing these chats on either side, so I don't know what to tell you. And I don't know. I don't want to jinx the stream by shutting it down and starting over and doing some stupidness. So I'm not gonna. Boop. There you go. So what have we got here? We got about 61 to 77. Oh, we're damn near 15 handles. Exciting. They're going to poke around and close that. There was no gap today, obviously. But we are now getting lower. And I want to point out again that this is the full session volume profile, not just the ETH. So this is essentially Globex. This will plot all from last night at 1700 through 1600 today. And this one reset at 0830 this morning. That's why we now have a new Globex low, because this pushed this lower than it had been before. And those levels push from our old buddy IRT over here. One note about, I better probably maybe explain this expected move story. You'll see expected move below and above and a weekly expected move. This is an options kind of thing that I'm trying to kind of track to see if it's meaningful at all. I saw this from someone else. I'm certainly not taking credit for dreaming it up. I think it was Anne Marie, maybe, who I don't really follow anymore. I don't really follow anybody anymore except Statistic and to a lesser degree TLab. For the reasons I stated in the pre-market, it's just I'm focused here, right? But what this is it's based, these expected move thing is an options deal. If you are an options trader or you listen to them or anything like that, you'll know they talk about expected move, and it's based on the implied volatility. And so I was trying to see if might be some levels that would make sense as I understand them. And if you know better, let me know. The expected move is based on the implied volatility on either side of where the ETH first print is, and the thinking that as I understand it, is that should contain the price or the trade for the day. Who knows? I also track it on over here. This is maybe easier to see. There's this is just a implied volatility, and this is a full session chart. So there's the weekly, and there's the expected move, and blah blah blah. And let's see what's going on in backtest bill. Ooh, nothing, baby. We're opening up the IB, of course, but none of the minute we reach 930, these levels will start to plot along here. And then we'll talk more about that. Water's too hot. Wonder what you do about fixing the chat. I wonder if you can restart the chat. I suppose I better read up on this stuff. I've been having a lot of moving parts here this last few days. Where am I now? I think it's probably a good idea to, I forgot it, top of the hour, but explain a little about the account here and my stream and the really disappointing occurrence or thing that happened with Topstep. If you're familiar with the stream here at all, I started long ago with this stream as a 0 to hero with a Topstep evaluation account, thinking that would be helpful to a lot of people. And I also was using and kind of explaining how to use or demonstrating how to use the trade copier to 4 other accounts. So I had 5 evaluation accounts. I don't blow up accounts. I don't need to reset them. I don't break the rules, and I'm always in the within the consistency. So that's never an issue to me. Well, when Topstep decided that they were going to drop any other trading systems or data and switch only to, Topstep X, which is just a white labeled Program X, and I've got a lot of thoughts about that, but you can Google it for yourself. Back in August, the 1st of August, one or two of my accounts dropped off, so I jumped on and said, hey, what's going on with this? Well, we're sorry. Yes, you haven't broken any rules. We have a commitment to keep you going. If you pass your evaluation and go to the live account, you'll be able to trade with Rhythmic in your accounts the way you have set up now, because you have a contract with us. You have not broken your contract or your word, nor will we break ours to you. So that we went along that way, and I was within about 1 trade of passing the evaluation on all 5 of those accounts earlier in the month. And I woke up I shut down my bookmap every evening at the session close, and then I restart it at the new session open. That breaks the recording up into full session, full ETH, RTH, and I go back for years that way. I opened it up and I couldn't log on to anything. And I go look at my Topstep dashboard thing, and all the accounts have been closed. No rules broken, all within a couple $100 of passing the evaluation. And I got on the phone again, and thinking, well, sorry, but we decided that we're not gonna honor our word or our contract, and thank you for your money and your time, and go screw yourself, essentially. And that was that. I was, as you might imagine, pretty disappointed. I had not thought Mike and Hogue and those guys, that are the root people of Topstep. I thought that they had more integrity than that, and apparently I was wrong. So that's pretty disappointing. What you're looking at now, and so I thought to myself, well, that's freaking stupid, and expensive, and a waste of time. So this is a AMP account, just straight up brokerage. So here we go, and it's disappointing, but that's. I haven't quite decided what to do. My first thoughts are, well, sue them, at least to get my money back and whatever else. But they've got a hell of a lot more money than I do. They make millions. It's so strange to me that they would screw over. I've been associated in and around Topstep since 2014. 11 years. I was funded once. Then when we moved from Kuala Lumpur, where I lived for years, to the States, the move happened during COVID, and I didn't log on in time, and they closed the account for lack of they closed that live account for lack of activity, for example. But I didn't really argue with it because it was in the rules. This is completely outside the rules. They have breached their contract. If you did that, they would, close your account, and that would be that. But they did that, and it's just, thanks for giving us hundreds of dollars, and go screw yourself. 5 accounts, been going for a long time without any rule breaks or anything else. Is pretty disappointing. So I don't recommend Topstep at all. That was the only prop firm that I did recommend. But where I am now is, you can open yourself up a brokerage account with AMP or whoever, relatively inexpensive, and you can trade micros or you can trade demo. And don't forget, you're only trading demo on a prop firm anyhow. So It's essentially the same. The difference is you can't take these payouts, which they're betting you won't make. And probably in my case, they saw this and thought, oh, this guy's going to be able to start taking payouts on 5 accounts because the account had just steadily progressed to the funded stage or to the EV or XFA stage. And they realized I don't break rules or screw up. So I guess, I don't know. I can't possibly think about it, but I'm trying to not think about it because it's negative thoughts. But that's, I want to explain that each morning because I think it's important to do so. My advice is steer clear. And there you go. I guess Michael's lifestyle there in Aspen is a little more expensive than usual or something. I don't know. Or they're just. Don't forget they were all locals. The core group were all locals, and that was a. You can Google about it, but the real truth of the locals were they were all front running paper. They were front running retail traders. That's how they made their money. That's why it's closed down and gone away, because the SEC got involved and said, this is bullshit. You guys are inside trading or front running all the paper, they called it. That was all the legal, that was all the retail paper that were sending orders in. So that would be considered then an unfair advantage, and why it's also why I noticed that very few traders from the floor have succeeded in migrating to electronic. Not because most of them didn't really, it wasn't the skill they developed exactly. So. No for Topstep. And I'm not encouraging anyone to open a brokerage account and trade the hell out of things like you're killing snakes, right? Be an adult, have some self-control. But don't hang your hat on a prop firm. And especially now Topstep, because they're forcing everybody to use Topstep X. That is about the most immature, poorly developed program at this point. It's like beta, if that, alpha maybe. It's really, they didn't even have bracket orders or OCO orders until about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. So that ought to tell you something right there. It is geared 100% at making retail soup, I believe. That's my spiel about that. Okay, so now we're up to speed. Where the hell are we next? What time is it? It's so 1:14. Okay, fingers crossed, boys and girls, that we don't lose everything. I would expect, or I would have assumed, that yesterday's drama was around the AWS thing. Had the exact situation not happened at more or less the same time on Friday. So that's why I hope I have a mitigation plan. I hope I've identified my risk and have a mitigation plan in place, because I'm a project professional. That's actually the truth. I've done an awful lot of things in my life, and a lot of people go, man, you've done this, that, and well, yeah, I'm old, and if you just think about it for a second, in the course of living a long time, you build experience, right? Just by being alive. So there you are. I wish I could straighten out that chat. I don't know what to do. I don't know if shutting the chat off in OBS and then restarting it would do something. I have no flipping clue what to do here. Why the stream is working just fine, but the chat is disconnected is something. Unable to connect to chat. Please try again later, it says at 9:25. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. At 9:25 p.m. Oh. Well, that's crazy. I'm going to try shutting the chat down on the stream, and then I don't know if I can even know how to turn the damn thing back on. I better leave it alone. I'm not going to mess with OBS because that is the recording, that is the journal, and I believe you're hearing me, so, you know, there you are. What else we got here? We went through the Topstep fiasco, the critical risk. No, 916. What's that? I want this one here. Where am I? Who's on third? Okie dokie. Well, yeah, that's okay. Good deal. Now, it's real important to remember the mission here. So I am working the initial balance trades based on the initial balance with the IB statistic, which I mentioned earlier. Okay, first thing you got to be really clear about is there is no such thing as an IB statistic until 9:30. Because the IB statistic is price exceeds the IB high or low after 9:30. If it exceeds the IB high now, Price is just going to, the IB high will go up. Simple. Okay. And that looks like that's what they're going to do. Let's look and see. Might be a perfect example. Come on, get up through there. Help me out here. Take a poke. I dare you. Look at that, huh? Teasing it. They're teasing us, boys and girls. Okay, anyway, it's going to continue to do that probably. So I have nothing to do until 9:30, at which time I will work the IB statistic. And what is that? Well, there is greater than a, there we go, a greater than a 97.7% probability in all 4 open types, looking back at 2,000 days. Look at them tease that IB high. 97.9 actually. There we are. We exceeded the IB high. Now, nothing to do with the statistic. That just raised the initial balance because it's not 9:30. So anyway, let's look at the statistics. Greater than 97.9% in all 4 open types. In today's open type, it's 98.3% of the days, looking backwards over 2,000 days where we opened lower in range, 586 of them. There's a 98.3% probability that price will exceed the IB high or low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That is the statistic. And what have we done? We've just exceeded it here, meaning the IB will continue to go up because it's, guess what, not 9:30 yet. Which brings me around to something that's really important. I try to stress every day. My list over here. And that is, do not trade to the statistic now or after 9:30. Of course, now there's no statistic to trade to, so you can't. But after 9:30, if price is not taken out, the IB high or low, I strongly recommend you don't fall in the trap of, ooh, baby, we're above the VWAP, we're above the POC, we're above the mid, we're close to the IB. We're going to take the IB high, I'm going long. Because quite frequently, this happens. Boop. Now, if you thought you were going to, if it were past 9:30 and you thought we were going to get the statistic here, you'd be stopped out. So I recommend do not try to trade to the statistic. Wait for 9:30 because there is no statistic until 9:30. After the statistic has been achieved, that's when the rules can start to apply for one of 2 initial balance trades, one of which is called the IB failure, where we test up, take the stat, can't get anywhere, and come back. It's a fancy name for mean reversion based on the initial balance. In other words, it's outside in or outside in. The other trade is IB continuation, which is, ought to be pretty obvious what that is. Take the statistic, pull back, nobody's interested in going lower, and away we go. Now, the common, you know, thinking is that in a rotational day, that would suggest mean reversion, because what have we been doing all session so far? Mean reverting, balancing, trading, rotational. In a directional day or directional context, that would suggest an IB continuation trade. Common sense. Just common sense. So what we're doing now is we're waiting for 9:30, and then we're going to see if we get the statistic. Okay, we're close to 9:30, so what am I going to do? I'm going to do a quick checklist. I'm got the trade control panel set up for both. I've got the proper bracket in mind, lined up. So I'm ready to trade what I think is going to happen. I mean, I'm ready to trade the correct bracket and stuff that I'm looking for. Over here now, we can look at the rules and start to see what's going to happen over here. And look at us, right smack dab in the middle. Exactly equidistant from either IB high or low. And we still haven't tagged out the previous close yet, or previous the ETH high or the previous RTH high, or any of these statistics up here. By the way. We haven't tagged those out yet because here's the IB high, right? So we're going to have about 2 minutes. The initial balance will become active. The IB high will no longer move up with price, nor will the low move down with price. They will be fixed, and then the statistic will be active. It will not have been achieved yet, but it'll be active. Okay, so let's just see what happens. I will say that I'm always kind of, I don't know about confused, but these rotational days, I don't know, confused isn't the right word, but, trepidatious or whatever. Because sometimes, frequently, the context will change. It'll go from rotational to directional, and you don't know when when the tanker's going to turn, when that's going to happen. You can only find out after the fact, which can be disappointing, eh? But where we are now, we still don't have an IB low or an IB stat yet. So, again, my recommendation, do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. And I say that 100% from collected data of my errors, of me trying to do that, getting all hurry, scurry, and blurry, and then and then having a dumb look on my face when I got stopped out. Okay, where are we? Are we rich yet? Let's go. Come on. What do you think? I don't know how long it's going to take me to get over putting these flags on here, but now you see why I did them, okay? Where was the POC before? We're at about 5 minutes here, and this is how I used to keep it, how I used to keep the timeline until I switched to Blue Boy. Now, if I have Blue Boy in sight, I can see exactly where my POC has moved to and from, and I can see the entire context. What have we got here now? Well, so far we've got one giant order of retail soup because they are just grinding the hell out of everybody that can't stop clicking the mouse. And that's kind of a function of a rotational day. And that also brings up another well, our IB is now in play. It's 9:30. And if you notice over here, oh, look who showed up. Mr. and Mrs. Level over here and the Trigger Boys. So now we're in the IBs. And we will see if we get the signals and they must be in sequence. And let me point out to viewers here that are new, I'm not taking the time to bother with coding the signal markers so that they only fire in sequence. Quite obviously, in the trading system itself, very definitely that happens. But over here, we may see a B or a trigger fire now, but that is meaningless because I need to have an A rule and then a B rule and then the trigger. And I know that mentally, so I'm that part of the program right now. And what I was going to say about this is a thing I call the risk range requirement, which is especially applicable in this kind of a day. What it says succinctly is, even though all things being equal that an entry is validated by the setup rules and all that stuff, when I'm looking at this discretionarily, I think, I want to see an unobstructed path from the entry to my first risk neutral scale. What does that mean? Well, if we entered right here, we've got the overnight low, the developing value area low, and the IB low. These are all obstacles to which price may react and bounce the wrong way. I want to have a clear, unobstructed path to the risk neutral scale. From then on, put your helmet on, your feet up, and watch what happens. See all these levels? Now, don't be confused with the continuation levels or the pullback levels, which are coded by their colors here, the blues and the purpley thing. But the other levels, which are these price levels, are obstacles. Only because price tends to react to them and bounce one way or the other. We bounced off developing value area low. If you're trying to, if you thought you were going to trade down to this statistic, it's past 9:30. Here's the IB low. We're below the VWAP, below the mid, below the POC, below everything else. If you thought you were going, and here's a VPOC migration, and you thought you're going to trade to this statistic, you got short, you're stopped out. Not fun. But that happens frequently. So range requirement can be a thing, and also don't trade to the statistic. That's about all I know how to say here. I think I'm going to put this at about 35 maybe. Can't do that. I'll make it 30. Okay. Trying to get these chapter markers done manually, and I've already talked about what a donut I am doing multiple things at once anymore. With my eyes are bothering me a lot too, by the way. I got a lot of excuses. Yeah, look at there. How's that working out, trading to that statistic? And you just knew it was going to be the IB low, didn't you? And actually, if you look at it on the, if you're an old, I don't know, if you're an older trader, what is that? That's a tweezer bottom, right? Or a double bottom, or tweezer top, tweezer bottom, whatever. Here's a, well, we're not trading this, but, there's a 3-bar reversal. and we're just going to flop around. And let me also point out something. There is greater than a 98 point whatever I said it was. Let's look. Statistic. 98.3% probability that we will take out the IB high or IB low in this open configuration at some point in the balance of the RTH session. What does that mean? That means that there's a 1.7% probability that we will not take out the IB high or low. This is not 100%. And look back about 4 or 5 Fridays ago, and we did not take out the IB high or low. I had not seen that before, and I'm going to go back and look that up so that I can quote the date and not just sound like a random dork. But it's, it's true. It's not 100%. So we work with probabilities, and there you are. I won't get into the whole conversation about trading as a statistical business rather than a video game or gambling. Do that in a little bit. But my thinking, the reason I'm doing all this stuff and I'm trying to develop these rules and everything and test out statistically with backtesting is because I realize that this is a random environment. Absolutely. There are millions of traders looking at this data and making trades right now. You can't get 10 people to agree to something in a room half the time, let alone millions of them. So, the outcome of the next trade is A, 50-50 because it's only a binary event. It's like a coin flip right over here. Everybody knows that the, past performance is not indicative of future results. And it's a random environment because there are millions of inputs that can affect it. Therefore, in order to have a statistically significant or consistently profitable business, you've got to approach it from a statistics point of view, a probabilities point of view. And that's not just me figuring that out. That's the most famous people in the world, the traders and hedge fund guys in the world, realize that. And so, who might argue? When in Rome, I'm going to follow along, right? I have vetted my own statistics. That's what the back test is about. We'll go through all of that. You see what the rules are. You see that I'm following along visually, and I will, when I get 3 signals over here, I will take the trade on the other side. I'll enter accordingly. Pretty much mechanically without discretion. Which is, I might add, how the computer does it when it's running the back test. So, ought to be obvious, but you never know. Well, we didn't take the IB low, and now where are we? Look at this. We got the open, we've got settlement, we've got something else going on over there. Previous RTH high, developing value area high, open and settlement, all in a row. Do you suppose those are some obstacles in your road? Watch what happens. We come trading right up through here. We hit into that pile of crap, and now what are we going to do? Are we going to react to it? This is what I was talking about. Sorry. I'm busy looking at stuff here, and I forget that I need to be making sure this thing is doing what it's supposed to be doing. don't know what to do here, but I'm going to try it. Okay. Now we're pretty damn close to the IB high, huh? We came all the way across the range. Are we going to take the IB high? And I will have to make a concerted decision as to whether I would take a short or not. That would be the called for trade, obviously. And how does that work with range? Well, we're not quite. There's 78.5, and our first obstacle is down here at 76. So that's not 3 points of the range requirement. Assuming that I could get a spot on entry here, and now this is where the problems start coming into, when your mind starts working. I would be also hesitant to short here when I've got these statistics just above us. And you need to also think about the bigger picture. Sorry, sneezing. And so what have we been doing the last couple of days? Big gap up, didn't look back. Now we're over here. Is a short logical probability? I don't know. Now, here we go with my, well, it went away, but anyway, there was a B there for a minute. Yeah, so we've got a B signal. Oh, are we excited? No, because there's no A. So it's meaningless. And somebody said something. That's what I'm seeing here. Look at this. Look at that. Does that look like normal trade behavior and volume? I'm not asking a rhetorical question. I'm serious. It doesn't to me. I guess I'm jaded perhaps in that nowadays with this critical risk environment that we're in all the time and nothing's scheduled. That's the most scary environment for me because, how easy is it for any one of those people to get in front of a microphone or a camera or a tweet? They're bored, nothing's happening, there's nothing going on. They want to see, is everybody paying attention to me? Or whatever they think. And so they do that. And now we're coming up to 10 o'clock. So fortunately, nothing's dropped off. That's pretty cool. I mean, nothing had for ever, but all of a sudden the last 2 days it did. Nothing going on. Nothing to see here, folks. This is just a portfolio for this sim thing because in order to change screens and not screw up the chart for its continual progression, I have to be able to jump over to IRT or wherever else I'm going. And I use the arrow signals, which is, I guess, my own fault. What are we doing? Well, it looks to me like retail soup, doesn't it? We're in a 78 to 59. We're in a 19 point range so far. No news on the horizon, no reports on the horizon, no earnings, nobody left on third. Here we are. Here we are. And this is trading. This is trading as a business, not as a video game or an adrenaline rush or gambling. And I'm sure that a couple of guys I know have probably taken 10, 15 trades by now. They're also the guys that, blow up accounts every 15 minutes. So, yeah, there you go. Not that I'm anybody special, but one skill that I do have, I don't, is discipline, I guess you could say. I don't overtrade. I try to make, I may make the wrong decision, but I've thought about it or pre-planned it. Maybe that was the wrong thing. Just like I may need to change the way some of the signals are coded. But the way you do that with the back testing, you do not do it in the live market. You make the change, you run the back test. You make the change, run a back test over the same data. What's the difference? Is it an improvement? Is it not? That's the logical way to approach it, I believe. And remember, this is me talking to me here, so. Yeah. Boy, I wish I knew what to do about that damn chat. But I'm not going to bother Googling it to see, so sorry. What is the A rule? Well, that would be a good question. Where am I? I'm on the, okay. The A rule is the IB statistic because that is the trades we're working, right? The initial balance, of which there are two, as I described. There's an IB continuation and an IB failure. An IB continuation and an IB failure. One each for the IB high situation or the IB low situation. Real simple. Real cut and dried. Now, we need to have the IB statistic, one side or the other, and we have not done so. So, nothing to see here, folks. You can have all the A's and B's and triggers you want. I mean, all the B's and triggers you want in the world, but it's going to be but they're meaningless till you've got the sequence. That sounded weird. Oh, here we go. We've got a trigger. Do you see that? That's because we got into the trigger zone. That's delineated by these little green dots up here. So we have the pullback zone, the continuation zone, and the triggers. That's real simple. Real simple. Hey, baby. Oh, they're toying with our affections here. Teasing me. Couple of things to remember. There are no such things as missed opportunities in trading. There's only the next one. Or another saying I like is that the market is a continual stream of opportunities. You miss this one, well, you just, you missed this bus, you're waiting for the next bus. There we go. Now we have taken out, so far, the initial balance right there, okay? Right here, it's within 930. We took out the initial balance. Now let's get back over here and see what we got going on. We have an A and a new bar printing. Now we need a B and then a trigger. And we'll enter a trade. I don't know what this we shit is. I'm not the king or the queen or the non-binary, the royal non-binary. But you get the point. I don't know why people do that. I don't like it when people do that, and I don't know why I do. I guess it's that you don't want to use the I word all the time, I guess. I don't know. Interesting. Now here we go for those levels. You see, we're tagging into the close now. We've got the close. We've got the previous high and the ETH high above us. And we're not getting and we have not gotten a B signal yet. So no trade on this end. And this is where I may need to rethink the rules, but certainly not anything that you do or change during the live market, as you don't change any part of your trade plan during the live market. If you think you have a problem with your trade plan and you're in the live market, throw your mouse out the window, whatever it is, but don't, don't change things or just trade anyway. Unless you're doing, unless you're just video gaming it and you like the adrenaline rush, which a lot of people do, just like it's the same thing as gambling. Good for you. Enjoy yourself. That's not my focus here. That's not my goal. So I approach it from that point of view. We should get a B here pretty quick. What will happen is when this bar closes within this range, there's the B. Now, if we pull back to a trigger, it's a long. And I'll take it without thinking about it. I could actually put a resting order in the market now, really. That'd be kind of out of character for me, but you could conceivably do that. And this is kind of spooky, of course, because we're way up here at the highs, and this is, it is in alignment with where we are so far and with the higher time frame. So I'm not too spooked about it. And this is very definitely, I funded the account, the AMP account yesterday. I got to go through the confirmation. I want to be damn sure I understand the rules. It's a whole new ball game, right? I've been trading in and around the prop world. I did have an account with Phillip Capital. I had one with Stage 5, but they're all different. So I want to be sure, it's a business. It's my business and it's my livelihood. So I want to be sure I'm on the right page. So this is a sim account, I guess you call it. What they call whatever they call it, something in the paper trading or something. Rhythmic calls it. I want to be sure that the data is all working and everything's set up properly. This all happened over the weekend with AMP. I gave up on as I've already gone over the Topstep drama and the really disappointing breach of ethics and accountability on Topstep's part. And there's our ETH. Now, disappointingly, we didn't get our signals. And I can tell you right, if you're curious and following along, you'll go, but Bill, we had a B here. Yes, we did. But we do not now because the rule says close within the pullback zone. Close. We closed on. So it could say equal to or less than the high, or equal to or greater than this continuation zone low. Doesn't detract from the fact that it's disappointing. The market is just ripping along. Did not have a signal. So no long for me, and no chasing or no monkey mind boy or any of that noise. No, it's 2 hours. Okay. So, yeah. And a word about that, actually, the monkey mind. Whether you're a creationist or an evolutionist, I think everybody agrees that the human Homo sapien has been developing for a long time. And as with all things in nature, through that development, we have pre-wired things in our DNA. Fear, FOMO, wanting to be right, all of that stuff. And I refer to it as your monkey mind. You are never going to get rid of FOMO, revenge trading, those emotions. You're never going to get rid of them because they're cooked into us over thousands of years of evolution. What you need to do is be continually, vigilantly aware of your emotional state while you're trading. And if you feel FOMO, yeah, man, am I bummed out that I didn't get this signal and be on this trade, be out of this trade by now? You bet. But that's FOMO. That's the monkey mind, and I'm not going to act on that because I don't. So that's something worth, paying attention to. My philosophy, and a lot of people probably don't agree with it, but my philosophy about all this trading psychology story is that, first of all, most of the things you see on YouTube or any of the noise you hear about trading psychology and how important and what a big deal it is being put forward by somebody making money off of selling you a book or a course or telling you about psychology. And that happens a lot in the world in many, many, many other situations besides trading. My approach is, as I just got through saying, I'm vigilantly aware of the fact that, that's FOMO, hey, or as Tom likes to refer to it as Jekyll and Hyde. He goes, Hyde is telling you to get long or chase or something. And whatever you want, whatever works for you is fine. My approach to it all is I'm an adult. I don't overtrade. I don't go to the bathroom in my pants. I'm an adult. Simple. And that's the end of it as far as I'm concerned. Guys like Brett Steenbacher and all these guys are nice people and I'm sure know what they're doing and well educated. And they make their money writing books and giving, psychology mentoring or training. And maybe I'm just stupid or on a different level or whatever it is, but that's how I approach it. And I don't overtrade and I don't chase and I don't do any of those things. So it works for me. And I think it will work for anybody that approaches it as an adult. Just think about all the stuff you don't do because you're an adult. What's the difference? Crazy. Really. Very crazy. Anyway, that's my spiel there. And what's next? Well, I was going to talk about trading as a statistical business. Probably do that at quarter past the hour, maybe. So we have no signal yet. We have no trade to take. It's pretty simple. Am I chasing? Am I FOMOing? Am I making up stuff? No, I'm not. I have one setup that I'm working. And let me explain this too. One of the reason that I chose the initial balance trades is because there are two of them. Well, we have two different context types in the market, rotational or directional. The IB trades have a IB failure, rotational, IB continuation, a directional trade. If you start out by vetting and, refining your mean reversion trade, that's just one. That's just mean reversion. So that's why I thought the IB trade was a good place to start. Mean reversion, what do you got? You got mean outside in, outside in. You don't have outside on, you have outside in. Initial balance, you've got mean reversion, plus you've got the IB continuation, which is a directional. So Makes sense to me. And I'm just an old cowboy from Montana, so, you know, common sense and don't get confused easy. And welcome to the stream. Sorry the chat's not working properly. If you're throwing something in there and you can hear my voice, I'm not responding. It's not because I'm being a dork. It's because I have put a chat in both the stream I'm monitoring on my upper set of monitors and in the OBS, and I don't see one on either one. I don't see the OBS ones on the stream I monitor or the input that I've made in my monitored stream on my OBS. So I'm assuming it's oops. I'm going to blame it on AWS. Where's that damn Bezos? Let's beat that guy up. Come on. And yeah, here we are. Let's do some Mookie, shall we? Oh, I didn't want to do that one. Oh, I want to do this one right here. There we go. Well, this is pretty scary here, this news story here. I'm just on the edge of my feet waiting for something to happen. I don't know really, I don't pay any attention. I certainly don't follow any of the social media stuff. So, you know, maybe they're traveling or moving or something. I don't know. That could well be the case. I don't know for sure. I'm sure somebody's tracked this, but I think about the safest situation we've got with Trump, at least, is golfing. I'm not sure he's done any random tip the world over tweets while he's golfing. Maybe. And he does that a hell of a lot, so that's good for us. I guess good for the country. There's all the others, you know, and that have this. They don't have that potential, but they like to think they do, I guess. Some of them definitely like the sound of their own voice, that's for sure. Okay. I'm so happy this thing hasn't tipped over. Fingers crossed. You know, you get lulled to sleep with everything just working, and I'm a creature of habit. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, is my motto. So, you know, I just wake up every morning and around start things up about 6, and the stream comes on at 8, and here we go. And then, you know, things like that Topstep bullshit and BS and I suppose they've probably got legal culpability for that, at least responsibility for. They are definitely in breach of contract there. I don't know how many other people that might have affected. I can't imagine I'm the only one. Maybe. I mean, these guys don't make a secret out of everybody knows that 90% of traders fail and all that. That's because they're the traders involved in the prop stuff. And there's those things are set up for you to fail. If you're a person, you know, fortunate enough to have some discipline and just plug along like I was, you don't. But then that's not the clientele they really want to have, I don't think. I don't know. What I'm going to try to do is just, that's negative thoughts, and don't want those in my head, so I am going to put that. I'm not going to, you know, get a lawyer. If I saw on the news somewhere that there was some sort of class action thing being, you know, instigated, I'd join it, but I'm not certainly going to initiate something like that. And I'm not going to sit and figure out how many hours or how much or how many dollars I invested in. And I should have just, you know, thrown them out the window or taken a family on a trip or, you know, what. But it's a indication of your own demons, right? When you do those kinds of things, you don't have enough confidence in yourself. My rationale was, well, if I can't consistently be profitable on a prop thing, or I'm just paying a monthly fee, why would I expect to be otherwise in an account? Which has a certain, you know, a logical ring to it. Until you start figuring in the varying rules and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, I can trade my AMP account on demo till the goddamn cows come home. Nobody's going to tell me anything. You know? So there's that. I'm not saying I have completely dismissed the idea. That I guess the thing to say is, if you're successful trading a prop firm, good for you. If you're not, don't. I was, and I got screwed simply because of a change of rules. They made a conscious decision that they would no longer support traders that were using anything other than Topstep X. After I have an email of assurance that, yes, as long as you don't break a rule, we will support you right through to and including the live account. I guess I'm glad in a way that it's over with now, because boy, wouldn't I have been pissed if I got in an XFA and got thrown out, or past the XFA, got called up to a live account. They go, oh, by the way, you got to use Topstep X. You know, so look at the bright side. Look at the glass half full, I guess. Now what are we doing? Double tops, no signals. Putting a distribution up here, which is, you know, starting to add some directionality to it. We've taken out all the stats that we had above us. Now we have a lot more up above us further, of course. We've got there's the POC from yesterday, by the way, at the close. That's my workflow for those levels in the micro composite here, is to change the text to black until the weekend or whatever, and then remove them. We have the all-time high above us and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. Now here's a situation that's interesting. One high, two highs, three highs. Would you suspect that we are? What would be the probability of the signals and the trigger for a continuation? I don't know if they have been diminished now. We do have a high volume node above us here at 89. We've got liquidity stacking up around 89 and 90. Got a lot of it up there at the 6800 handle, the big round number. You know, I don't have any signals to take, so I'm not taking any. That's pretty obvious. Now, it's an interesting statistic. Oops, Blue Boy, where did that sneaky devil get off to? Oh, you see? Hiding. Guy's hiding over here. Slacking. There you go. So, there's a lot of pretty good statistics to discuss frequently on the Tasty Trade or Tasty Live expert analysis of the day or whatever with a couple, three guys that I listen to sometimes when I'm driving my daughter to school, actually. But there's an interesting statistic. They do most everything they do based on statistics. So, I think it's 8 or 9 of the last government shutdowns. The market has traded higher. The S&P has traded higher in the last 8 or 9 government shutdowns, and it's doing so now. We had a blink of a bee there for a minute. Now here you go. You see, here's our trigger. Here's what we were looking for a minute ago. Meaningless. There's no B involved. What we needed was our A. We needed a B and a trigger, and then up we go. That's how it works. And it's worth saying here that this is not, I am certainly not suggesting that this is the right way or the only way to trade it. This is the way I'm doing it. If you've got a consistently profitable system that, you know, you throw a bag of crap at the wall and go long if it sticks and go short if it doesn't, and it works for you, super duper, don't change anything. But I don't do that. I don't, and so here we are. Yeah, well, I wish they'd get their act together with the sequence of signals here, but they're not going to do that. Doesn't look like. And as I was thinking out loud about a few minutes ago here, are we gonna peter out up here at the top and then rotate back down to see what's going on the other side? Who knows? There is a statistic that we take both IB high and low. It's about 32 and change every day. Let's see what it is today. Okay. Mm, 33.6. One thing about IRT, I don't know whether you've noticed or not or care, but Obviously, the correct open type is highlighted blue all over. Notice that the various levels here are they go from black to blue, the text. That means it's been revisited. All these levels, where they're blue, have been revisited. The things that haven't been are the black. I'm not sure if there's some way you could turn that into a a signal or something. Oh boy, well, everything's working. That's a good thing. I bet all the boys and girls at AWS are breathing easier. I guess that was one giant brouhaha. One thing I don't know if I've pointed out lately, the levels here are pushed from my RT, and they are the same data as the session prices. I also push, and you will notice, the continuation levels and the pullback levels for both IB high and IB low from these levels here. I don't mess with the triggers because, it's just 1 point either side of the IB, so it getting pretty busy over here, so I don't do that. And now I need to notice that we're not at 1 point anymore. There we go. And that sneaky blue guy is hiding again. There he is. Stop being bashful there, buddy. All right. Here we are. For my signals of the initial balance trade, I have no signal yet to take. Whatever you're trading that you've collected a statistical data set for, good for you. And by all means, continue to do that. A couple other things to mention here while we're not in the trade, just watching. Obviously, there's a big, I guess it's a big psychological advantage of the risk neutral scale. At least it is for me. Once that scale is hit, that's, there's a big change in my feeling, adrenaline wise and monkey mind and all that stuff, because I know that the worst thing that can happen is a scratch. And the best thing that can happen is both profit targets or more. So that's good, but you need to remember, or I need to continually remind myself, that that is not the goal. The goal is the profit target, so that should be in your mind when you're assessing entries. I hope that's clear. An entry location is, of course, pretty important. Well, ooh, we got another A here. Let's see if we can get a sequence of them. I'll take the trade. I was all ready to take it before. We just didn't get our B, or the B didn't stick, and we didn't get the trigger. Now, as I mentioned earlier, so if you're new here, these are the signals. These are the triggers. And I am not going to bother worrying about coding these so that they only appear sequentially. That's how the rules work on the trading system. But this is my visual, this is for me to visually confirm that things are happening where and when I expect them to. And I know very well that I need to have a sequential AB trigger for a trade to be, or an entry to be valid. I'm not going to bother with it. I go down rabbit holes way too easy. The trade system I'm talking about is here. And this is what I use for backtesting. So any and all of these rules are faithfully and accurately recreated over here in the form of custom indicators or signal markers. Just to bring everybody up to speed, because there's quite a few people coming in and out. And I apologize if you're listening to me here. I apologize for the chat. I don't know what to do about it. It took a dump for some reason, and I've tried putting a input in both the stream chat, that I'm monitoring on another machine, and in my OBS locally here, and I don't see one on the other, so I'm assuming that probably it's tudo fedido. But hey, isn't it amazing, all the stuff, all the advanced tools and technology that we have at our disposal for free? OBS is free. YouTube is free. Wow. Charting, the book, all of that stuff is expensive. All the equipment I have here is expensive. But it's amazing how much is free for us to use. Pretty cool. They're going to mess around here into the middle of the day when I have something to eat, and then go for my midday jaunt, 4 miles or whatever it is. Hey, Panda. What's up? Hi, how are you? Baby. So yeah, here we go, huh? We got triggers all over the place, but we don't have the signals, so. The joy of trading, the magic of trading. Well, boo his boo. Boo his boo. Gonna be in the slow hold here now. I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about the approaching trading as a business, not as a video game or gambling. And what you do here is, this is of course my understanding and belief. It's a random environment. We already talked about that. And the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That is a statistical fact. Whether you like to hear that or not, it's the truth. So to predict where the market's going to go is probably not, got a lot of long-term benefit in it for you. What do you do then? In my opinion, you identify a setup and the parameters that qualify an entry for that setup. In my case, the initial balance initial balance, right? And then you capture a statistically significant data set of that exact setup and parameters, and determine statistically, mathematically, does it have an expectancy or not? If it does, you take that trade every time it presents itself in the live market, and you rely on the law of large numbers and your statistics to manifest or to compound the expectancy to your account. That's not, something that I dreamed up or epiphany that I had. It is based on the understanding of the most successful traders and hedge fund guys in the world. Jim Simmons, Paul Tudor Jones, Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy, Tom B, Rod, you know, from local people that you know and trade with, right up to the top. They all have this, they have all come to the same, if they are a successful professional trader, they've all come to the same realization that that's how you trade successfully as a business. And if that is, you know, sounds familiar, it's also the business model of a casino, the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. They take no trade that they have not pre-identified an expectancy on the casino, and specific rules, of course. And on the casino floor, their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours, knowing full well that the law of large numbers will manifest the expectancy to their bank and compound it. That is it. That's why I'm so focused on getting the backtesting in order, because it can save you so much time. Talk about that later, but you know, it's incredible. I couldn't live long enough to do it manually and be able to do, for example, the what if stuff like I just was talking about a few minutes ago. That's the key. So that's approaching trading as a statistical, consistently profitable business rather than a video game or gambling. There's the holy grail for you, free. Here you go. And that is the truth. And if you don't believe me, just, you know, spend a weekend and pick one or two of those professional people out and go Google all the stuff they've had to say or the interviews and see how many times that comes up. Occurrences, law of large numbers, statistics, probability. You know, you'll find that it's not surprising. It is reassuring to me, because it is what I believe to be the case. And it's what I know to be the case, not believe what I know. Let me go that definite about it. And what this was, who knows? Let's get over here and see where we are and what's happening in backtest world. Well, exactly. We're not doing what's right over here. There we go. Still not working right. You notice where the price is trading, but we're not printing any candles? That's because of that. So here's our B, and here's a trigger, which I missed freaking again because of this thing not updating. And there's the next one, and it's now too far gone. However, this is not a continuation. This is a mean reversion trade. This is the IB failure signal here. Now, I don't know what to make of that. I'm thinking about it here. This is a tough day for me because it is really just retail soup. They're just trading them up, trading them down. So far, we have been... Where's Blue Boy at? So far, we're just still pretty balanced, right? There's the open, and here we are. We're going nowhere. That's a tough one. In hindsight, fortunately, the IB failure trade would have been a loser, so I guess I'm glad I missed that one. But here's what I'm talking about, you know, here's what we're doing today. There's the open. Let's see something here. Well, so far, yeah, TPOs are pretty much balanced. You see that 34 to 43. .5 handle range. Okay, well, yeah, I'm looking around here for something that can give me some sort of confirmation. And I realize that confirmation's for Catholics, but so depending on where you took your short, if it were on the first short signal, it would be stopped right there. And this is not we still do not have a continuation B signal. Only the A, B, only the A, the B, and the trigger. Now we have another set of A's coming, and I'm just waffling, and I realize that. I'm trying to kind of figure out what to do here. So yeah, maybe God take care of them, you know, kids and drunks or however that goes. And here's another short with the A, B short, but we have, you know, we've come through, and I have not thought through what to make of a situation where we have repeated. Does it matter that we have a new set of A's being thrown here, that we've come back through the IB? I don't know. I don't know if it matters at all, to be honest about it. No, we still don't have a B signal. Now we may get up in here and get a B fired. You never know. I would have to say that, well, no, this is not looking at the entire session, though. This is only looking at since 9:30. Remember that. Now if we get a close up here in the continuation zone, we should have a B fire, yep. Now we need a trigger, and then now the B is going to go away because the close came back down. It's not the high, it's the close. Is that something that needs to be changed in the rules? Maybe. Will I do it today? Nope, not in the live market. Been through that before. Am I all set up to trade? Yes, sirree, Bob. I've got everything ready to go here. Except the signals. And we blew past the B signal and on we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. I think that's an old... I don't think that's as much of a roulette casino-y thing as it is whatever they call that. Wheel of Fortune or whatever. Which is just a vertical version of the roulette gambling, right? Easier to rig because they can weight the wheel real easy and stuff. It's like the carnival games. The famous carnival game. Now what do we got? We got a double top? Don't know what's going on. I'm sure that there's a lot of guys that took this V bottom right here. It's just not part of what I'm doing, and so I'm standing here becoming more frustrated. The volume bubbles or dots or whatever you call these things here on Bookmap are, I could have them 3D, but I'm trying to figure, my thinking is save CPU. They're colored by delta and sized by volume. In case that wasn't apparent. This is that all-time high above us right here, don't forget. And a bunch of liquidity laying out at 68, a big round number. Well, we did finally get a B anyway. Now that it's set, it will not go away, right? So if we get a trigger, that would mean how long? Let's see, who knows? Who knows? And could be a, you know, we could just be stuck in this rotational day, and why? What's the motivation of going higher? In order to get a trigger, we got to get clear down to here. Later this afternoon, I'll go through the backtesting completely and demonstrate what I'm doing and how, and how the statistics are working out for this backtest, in case that's interesting to anyone. It's what's motivating me now, you know. So. And this is the real deal. This is amp. The data and everything, the rhythmic, is provided by amp and amp futures or amp clearing or whatever their official name is. This is the demo of that because I'm making sure everything's just, this has all come to pass, you know, over the weekend and yesterday. So, and with all that data drama and the internet drama yesterday, I'm very definitely checking everything out and making sure, right? Doing a run up, baby, before takeoff. We're running them up. I very definitely understand that this is not good TV, but it's real, and this is really trading professionally, you know, not fake or gambling, or it's completely transparent and 100% accountable. If I don't take a trade, I don't take a trade. If I take a trade and get stopped, that's what I do. If I'm in the hole at the end of this, you know, end of the day, that's what I am. It's none of this 2-hour stream and the stream closes and you're in the hole $3,000, and then the next morning you open up and miraculously you're up, and oh well, yeah, I got back on after lunch and I made that all back. Plus, I used to laugh at those folks. I guess a lot of people believe it, not realizing that the guy is never trading live, basically generating his money off of YouTube or kickbacks from a broker, or, you know, whatever. And it can be some, and we're talking substantial money too, by the way. 20, 30,000 a month kind of money. Which tells you something about how much these not a broker, but how much these prop outfits are making. It's staggering. Oh, come on, throw a signal and let's get this show on the road. We're squeezing in on, don't say 11 o'clock here. That's irritating. The closer we get to that, the more suspect I am of continuation in any direction. But I will put a trade on if we get the signal. That's because I'm, you know, because I will. Oh, now, come on, man. Bunch of liquidity jacking in there at 85 handle, huh? Look at that. The ETH high. I'd say these girls want to take a run at 68 handle myself, but what do I know? All the usual, you know, sayings apply. Trade what you see, not what you think, and all those kind of things. But they all are valid for a reason. Well, we only have a little bit of a hiccup down there, and we'll get a long trigger. What I could do is put a long put a resting order right down here. So there's a 2-lot resting order just below the IB, and you can see them. You can see them. You can see the resting order over here. Oh, that's pretty cool. So that's working better. That's a good thing. Make a copy of that just for fun. And that's not good. Don't want to do that. Now, it will also be displayed here. You can see those resting orders also here. And let's get back to this one where we're seeing what we got going on here. Well, we're getting bees all over the place, but they're not dropping down to pick up the signal, huh? What do I do now, boys and girls? Do I cancel that signal? Oh, I don't think I did this one. Come on, man, why are you doing that? Christ is doing all this weird crap. All this weird crap. I've got to change the way I do something here. I switched my monitors with the arrow keys, right and left arrow keys, and that's throws all this stuff for a loop. It doesn't know what I'm thinking. Why is it? Okay, how crazy is it? I'm not sure whether this is a good idea or not, but I'm thinking that if it gets there, it will be the trigger. I'll have to also make a judgment call on the trigger itself because of the wonderful things it does. The trigger is actually this zone, and I've got my order right under the IB high. If it gets to here, it'll throw the trigger. Do I roll up and get in there? Or do I let it tap? Now, this is where I need to start thinking, and I need to think about. If it were the backtesting system, it would fire the minute this trigger gets hit. But, oh, and here's the VPOC migration. Now they're going to run off without us now. You watch and see. They're going to run off without us, those dirty dogs. What I was going to say was you need to think about trade location, right? That's really important. That's why I think here is a good trade location, because it's got the stop out of almost all of this traffic except for here. You get, and not that it's given us any opportunity to enter anyway, so I'm going to cancel this order. And I hope I don't enter something here. I'm gonna do it this way. Because it's, it's running the other direction now. And we've had a VPOC migration. And it's 11:02. Boo. Boo-hoo. Come on, man. You could have come down there and all we needed to do was have this just do one of these dipsy doodles here. Take our target and head for higher ground. Wouldn't that have been pleasant? Yeah, it would. The VPOC migration is a setup that some folks take and use and watch for, and it may be one of the ones that I vet next. I can say that just in my normal trading on the VPOC migration was one of the worst setups, because obviously you can't possibly miss the setup, the yellow line moves. But it's the qualifying criteria and trigger that is, for me, is so elusive. Wow. Double top. The closer we get to the noon hour, I believe, and I have no data to back it up exactly, but the probability of them reversing and, taking out some stops and picking off some orders increases. That doesn't mean I won't take the trade if I get the signal, but I think it probably lessens the likelihood of a successful trade, and I'm talking about 2 targets. Also, the range requirement, right? There's 78.25 and there's 80. That's only 1.5 points. So that's not good. That is not a parameter that I have coded into the system, so it's just what I know how to do. It's that discretionary crap. Yeah, welcome. And sorry the chat's upside down. I hope it's working for somebody. It didn't for me. But the system's working. The internet hasn't dropped out, which it did Friday and again yesterday at about the same time at around 10 o'clock or so. Well, we're 3 hours in. Trade yet. Disappointing. I think I better go determine exactly what kind of great things my wife is whooping up out there in the kitchen, because the smell is killing me. Well, damn, now we got both VPOCs up there. Son of a guy, I can't win for losing here, boys and girls. Well, if you have vetted and if you have a proven setup for the IB or the VPOC migration, this probably it right here. Probably qualifies. Again, I've had pretty bad luck with it. Not that you can possibly miss the IB or the VPOC migration. How do you miss the yellow line, the yellow brick road? But what do you do from there? In this case, if you hit a long immediately, 83.5, 86, oh, you're not scaled yet. You know, you didn't scale and you're sweating bullets down here because you got, here's your stop. So, you know, that's what happens. What can happen. And of course, the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That we know. It's a binary event. It's a coin flip. This thing can only go up. It can only go down. That's it. Only tick one way or the other. Therefore, you do the math, you do the statistics, you do your homework when you have a trigger and a vetted trade that presents itself, you put the damn thing on. And as long as it remains within the parameters of your backtest, there's no reason to change. And I've, been running this over 500 trading days, which turns out to be about 706 or something trades. A statistically significant look back or data set outside what I would suspect is random distribution. Which is, if you don't know what that, if that's not clear, random distribution, the simplest way to look at that is a coin flip. We all know that a coin flip is 50-50. But I'm sure you nor anyone else is surprised if you flip a coin 10 times and you get more heads than tails or vice versa. That's called random distribution. You flip that coin 1,000 times or 10,000 times and you're going to get pretty damn close to 50-50. In the back test, I have, part of the criteria, the data that comes out of the back test is consecutive winners and consecutive losers. That is a function of random distribution. That's also where you start one of the inputs to your trade size and your stop size and all that stuff, because you have to first consider your risk parameters for your account. And first, I'm going to consider my disgusted parameters for why this thing didn't give us a signal here, and away we go. Just point out to you now that if we'd have gotten in we'd be our 2-lot risk neutral trade. Both profit targets had we gotten in here at the entry, would be at 90. It's 12 points or 48 ticks. That gives a total of 60 ticks P&L. And if you're quickly doing the math there, that's $750. And the maximum loss or the maximum risk, your R value is minus 24 ticks, which is $300. So you're risking $300 to make $750. Pretty straight up 2.5, right? To 1. or 1 to 2.5 if you want to go correctly with the terminology of risk to reward. You're risking 1 to get 2.5. Oh, man. The joy of trading. Just the, filler here, basically, but I try to keep all the things, the VPOC, the migrating VPOC, or, all these colors and things, the IB high colors and all those consistent so that it's less confusing to anybody who's watching this. Here's the, there's the developing VPOC and IB high and low and all that stuff. The mid is red, and and we didn't get our signal. All we needed to get, there's the A, there's the B. All we needed is for any one of these boys to tap right there, and we're off to the races. We're off to the rodeo. And it's 11:15 Central Standard Time. I'll be thinking about my midday excursion for 3 or 4 miles. Changed up my schedule, if I explained that yet. Basically, the thinking here is that, and this is worth talking about, the thinking here is that, the most valuable and critical piece of equipment you've got in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. Think about that for a minute. All the time and money we spend and thought and Googling and searching around for this monitor, that, and refresh rate something else, and software this or that. Trading platform, something else, indicator, whatever. Your eyes and your brain are interpreting all of that input, and you're making financial decisions that affect your life from that. And it's probably the thing we least pay attention to. If you stop and think about focusing on your screens for the hours a day that you do, the short focus muscles in your eyes are contracted that entire time. If you want to see what that feels like, clench your fists as hard as you can and stand there, sit there at your desk for an hour and a half or 2 hours and tell me how your hands feel. Same thing with your eyes. So what you need to do is take care of yourself, your health, your eyes, and your brain, because that's what is making the decisions, interpreting the data and making the decisions. You need to be hydrated. You need to be well rested. You should definitely don't trade when you're on some sort of an emotional tilt. Rest your eyes to at least once through the day. Get up and get outside, some natural light. Look down the street, whatever. Get away from the screen so that you can soft focus off into as far into the distance as possible. That's how you rest those short focus muscles, and also exercise your eyes. Stay hydrated. If you went out last night and got hammered and got back at 3 in the morning and had a big fight with your significant other, I strongly recommend that you wake up in the morning and throw your mouse out the window, because you're not going to have a good day. You can count on it. Well, that's pearls of wisdom from the boomer there. There you go. But it's the truth. Think about it for a minute, while we're watching the market bob up and down like a damn one of those little toys in the back window of somebody's car that's drinking something, or the hula girl. Definitely take care of yourself. Where am I now? I'm trying to get to all of this. Let's do this one here, which is 03. Let's go with 20 again. I'm having to manually enter the times alongside all the various chapter markers that I used to use and run automatically, so it's irritating as hell. Sorry about that if I keep repeating it, but I want those viewers to know what's up and why. Something else that's important, worth talking about here is all these internet gurus and rearview mirror guys that are busy jabbering and, posting everywhere about win rate this and something else that, and what a fantastic thing that is. Win rate is just absolute BS clickbait when taken by itself. And you can take that to the bank. You can have a win rate of 95% and go broke in 10 trades. It's your risk to reward ratio, or your R factor, or whatever name you want to call that basic metric that makes the difference. Now, win rate is an important contribution to the expectancy formula. And expectancy is something that I recommend is the real way to know what you're going to do, because it is bound by the look back and your total back test or your total vetting data set. Those occurrences. So that's really, that's an important thing to do. But by itself, win rate is just, the minute you see somebody on YouTube or whatever jabbering about that, just move on as quick as you can, because it's just crap. It's like somebody saying the market went down because there's more sellers than buyers. That should be the immediate flag that the person knows nothing about the futures market. Why do I say that? Think about the definition of what we are trading here. We're not trading shares, we're trading contracts. What is a contract? It is an agreement, a binding agreement between a buyer and a seller. What does that mean? That means it's impossible to have more buyers than sellers, or vice versa. The way price goes down is aggression, or up is aggression. Sellers aggressively cross the inside and hit the bid. Down we go. Price goes up when buyers aggressively cross the inside market and lift the ask, and up it goes. That is exactly how price goes up or down, and why just your win rate alone, and these kind of things that people spew out at you on the internet or on YouTube, or I don't do the the tweets and all that crap, but be really careful, because they are only interested in one thing, and that is your clicks, your subscription, and taking your money. I mean, they are getting paid for that, and that's it. Damn, look at there. They couldn't just go down and give us that signal right there, could they? Those nasty dogs. Dirty dogs. Yeah, so we're gonna probably just get left in the dust here without a trade. Hey, it happened, eh? What will I do about it? Well, I'll just stand here and gripe on the microphone and watch the market, because I'm certainly not gonna chase it. I'm not gonna change my rules. I'm not gonna do any of that stuff. I'm going to wait for the signal that I have that would signal my entry for either an IB continuation or an IB failure. Period. And if I don't get one today, well, I won't. I didn't get one yesterday. And that's how you need to approach trading as a business. It's not a video game. It's not gambling. And it's not an adrenaline rush. If it's any of those three things in your psyche, then you're headed down I think, a disappointing trail, but that's just me. Come on, man. Get down there and get us this signal so we can get the hell up there in these, when they take out this 6,800, which I would suppose they're probably going to try to do before it's over. What's going on? I haven't looped to loop here. I'm try to stay as far away from freaking news stuff as I can get. But oh well, there we go. Look at here. Look at this. Lunch at the White House. Well, there you go. Okay, I'm definitely off. I'm off it now. I should have seen that earlier. Notice how none of that is scheduled. Now, here we go. This schedule has been brought in here now. This was not in the schedule at all until maybe, well, I don't know when it came in. It doesn't show that here, but, and here's all the things that are happening, and he's going to be on the microphone and the camera, and boy, is he proud of himself. That picture. Good for him. I'm glad he's, I'm glad he's happy with himself. And he's participating in Diwali. Okay. Boy, I tell you, the politicians are truly chameleons, During the election, of course, the opposing candidate, Kamala Harris, is Indian, right? From India, Indian. And Trump and his famous supporter, Loomer, were had a big speech about how horrible. Just imagine how horrible it would be if the White House stunk like curry. You know, just really, I think, sophomoric, crazy things like that. And yet here we are participating in Diwali, and that's the celebration of lights, by the way, if you don't know anything about India. And in Kale, it's pronounced and spelled Dipavali. Anyway, so I'm not going to be worrying about any entries here at this point in time, till this mess is over with. Unexpected critical risk. Glad I looked at that, actually. I typically try to do it more frequently, but lately it's just like depressing, so I don't. And nothing may happen either, you know what I mean? That's certainly not a given, but it's a probability, a possibility, and I don't think that it's a good risk. I also heard another interesting, the big deal about the China, the reason for the tweet 2 Fridays ago, which dumped the market 227 points, was about rare earth. Some sort of, they were gonna, you know, slow down or restrict rare earth exports or whatever else. There's somebody did the math on the cost of the rare earth from China at the elevated price, and we could buy like 5 or 6 years worth of rare earth from China at the elevated price for the cost of the ballroom we're building on the White House. So much of what goes on today is diversion and theatrics, I think, you know, and certainly perspective. We're going to save money and fire people because we need to save money and spend $200 million to build a ballroom, or, you know, convert a jet or whatever it is. You know what I mean? That's, unfortunately, the people don't, I think, recognize those things. But those are all impacts that could really impact the market and our future as a country. So we're just sitting here, fat, dumb, and happy. Huh? Yes, I don't know. Oh, now I can tell you one thing I will say, just from old market profile term. Look at this profile here, and actually over here. There's no real excess. It's damn near flat on the top. Typically, that would indicate an incomplete auction. Notice how we taper down here? Typically, that would indicate an incomplete auction, and I would expect higher. And I'll be, you know, thoroughly pissed that I'm not in the trade. But I didn't have the signal, I didn't have the trigger, and therefore I'm not in the trade. Pretty easy. It's not elementary, you know, it's not hard. It's just, yeah, it's just reality. Disappointingly, though, there was the resting order I had. I'm waiting for the signal, and I had A and I had B. I had A, I had B, and they're waiting for that trigger, which didn't materialize. There's no missed opportunities. There's only the next one. Gotta get that squared around in your thinking, in your psyche. I believe. And I believe I'll go get another glass of green tea and some water. They're dangerously close to the noon hour there, which is when I've been going out for my jaunt. And also when it's frequently a reversal period, when they got everybody about as long as they can get them, and so they slap it down and take them all out, take out all their stops and adjust their inventory, and then start again. Kinda. Or at least that's my perception of it. I don't have any stat to back that up. That's a good one, though. What percentage of the time I don't know how you'd exactly define it. Do we reverse, or the other side of that would do we put in a high? Now there is a 12-to-1 statistic which goes like this: if the market is out of balance, which it essentially is, and we put in an extreme between 12 and 1, high or low, doesn't matter, whichever way, there's a very high probability that we will exceed that 12-to-1 high or low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. It's essentially like the initial balance statistic, but it's built around the high or low in an unbalanced day between 12 and 1. Which is kind of nice, because then you've only got, then you only have 2, 3. You only got a couple hours, as opposed to the initial balance where you've got about 6, right? With this big rotation they're putting up here, it's a little bit spooky to think about getting long on that IB trigger, to me. But, it's a 50-50 shot, and what are you going to do? I believe, in my view, the context is up. Higher highs, higher lows. If you want to think of it in volume profile or market profile terms, the value is building higher, because essentially the POC here is the most traded price. What does that mean? That means that it's the price that has been generally accepted by most traders as an okay place to trade. Tom refers to it as retail, as opposed to wholesale. And let's see what else I've got going on here now. And if you look at the, okay, this is the value area. And all the value area is determined by percentage. It is where 70 or 60, actually it's the one standard deviation is what it's supposed to be, which is about 68.8 or 68 point something. But I use 70% because that's what everybody else in the TLab and other places, Static, use, and it's that way nobody gets confused, because I don't see a difference. So this blue area is where 60 or 70% of the volume has transacted or traded today, so far in the session. A little bit down here, a little bit up here. Again, I'm going to repeat the fact that I would expect higher ground, because doesn't it kind of look like the auction got cut off right here? Maybe unfinished. I would love to see it get down and let me get on. And maybe it will. So that's where we are, you know. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. How about the volume? Let's look at that. What did we guess? Ooh, I guess volume's picked up. I guess. Keeping it a secret, they're going to surprise us over here. Only 84%. I was thinking it would be higher. Let's look at just the RTH here. Just the full session, or the day session, I should say. 87.9, and we're down at about $1.50 on the rotations for 1 minute. Okay. And let's get back to the, come on, man, you could get down here in one couple more. I'd say it's not going to give me an opportunity. And my world is fast closing in on my 4-mile adventure. I also smell lots of food, homemade, home-baked, fresh sourdough bread. Ooh, Vietnamese bread, baguettes. I don't know, I got so lucky, but boy, I did. Here's our, here it is. The backtest / trade confirmation chart, which I've explained a whole bunch of different times, so I don't guess it's necessary again. I'll do so once again after 2, or after, which is 1400, when I do an in-depth look into the backtesting and explanation of that, in case anybody's interested. And then the recap at 2:30, 14:30. Headed into that cash close at 1500. Remember, the stream starts every morning at 0800 Central Standard Time. Complete to ensure transparency and accountability. Also, I stream the entire monitor so that there is any open programs are obvious, as is the clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the dates. Ties up to Bookmap and IRT. So, I can't think of many other ways to go about it. Well, doggone it. Isn't that a shame? Right here and right here, we didn't come on down and pick it up. It happens, doesn't it? Needed. Oh, look at those suckers. So if you're working on or you're developing the VPOC migration trade, working out sweet. Good for you. suckers. Those suckers. That's likely something to do with Trump, would be my guess. There is, of course, all those tests at the high, a whole lot of stops up there, people picking the top, right? So there is that. And we just ran 816 stops on that pop right there. See that? Oops. Sorry about that. You see that right here? So there's all these highs where everybody's, all these geniuses that are picking the tops and bottoms, put their stops there. And there they went. And there went their stops. Poof. Into somebody's pocket. Doggone it, look at that go. This is where your chasing FOMO monkey mind can come get you. A lot of liquidity now. They build up to about 267 up there at the 68 handle. And had I got tagged in on my resting order, I would be ever so happy. Just approaching the T2 with a zero heat. And with that and a couple of bucks, I could get a coffee, I guess, because I'm not on it. Not in it, not on it. Disappointing? Yeah, you bet. Oh, almost, huh? Now what's it doing? Somebody's saying something. That doesn't look like anything I would want to be a part of right there. That is very definitely a news related. That is very assuredly news related, and that is a trigger, however. Wow, look at this. Keep away from that, I think. Trump's up to something. You can bet on it. Let's go. Let's see what we got here. What are we? 353, T1.
Order submitted.
Oh, 3. 53. Long. Let's see here how to do this now. Try to see what all this looks like with screen snaps here. Okay. Well, I've been up there and tested that a couple of 3 times. Still didn't get us out. Isn't that something? Still didn't get our scale within about a tick right over there. And that's definitely news. It's definitely somebody talking about something. But hey, at least it's we'll see what happens. I took the trade as the signal, and there we go. See, where am I? Okay, all right. Well, I tell you, getting up there to that within a tick of that of that scale 2 times is pretty annoying, isn't it? Oh, stop to the tick. Look at there. What time was that? Look at that stop right to the tick. Isn't that disappointing? And what's the time? 3:58:32. Okay. Three. Three. 58. 32. T1, whoopsie doopsie, T1, trade 1, stop. Well, there you go. So what did that little devil get up to? He took advantage of something at the lunch break there to, this is the part that's, so disappointing. Had I been quicker right there, I would have been scaled right there. It's only a tick. Isn't that just phenomenal? But that's trading. That is trading. And now we're into the 12 o'clock zone, so. Yeah. Well, there you go. At least I was able to catch that quickly and take the trade on the signal. And look at them go. Remember when I was talking about that 12-to-1 reversal idea? Guess what time it is? Ooh, I hate it when I'm right. Baby. Okay. That's pretty darn frustrating, isn't it? Look at there. 1 tick. 2 ticks. And here's a V reversal. Now, Rod and company are picking these V reversals off and taking them. I don't have a vetted trade for that, and I am not going to do that. In fact, no, not really. I was going to say it's a continuation. It's a IB failure, but not completely. Okay, well, that feels good. I got one in and one out. And yeah, it's a stop. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. You can see how random it is. That's 1 tick to the scale. What happened there? If I clicked 1 tick sooner or later, I guess, I'd have gotten there. If I'd have noticed it later and gotten in, and I noticed it, you know what I mean? It's just, and it's all just woulda, shoulda, coulda. It's random. Could this have gone up 1 more tick and gotten the scale? Yeah. Did it? No. There we are. Oh, cool. Not cool. Haha. Yahoo. Boo. Yeah. There we go. And there you go. There you go. So now we're going to draw down the strategic reserve. That's a real crazy idea. I have a great relationship with China's President Xi. Maybe the meeting won't happen. They didn't like that a whole lot, did they? There you go. Welcome to Random Risk. Go back to 45 minutes into this stream and listen to it. See who's your daddy. Okay. Well, I'm going to go out and see what I can scrounge up to forage up here, and then I'm going to head out for my walk. So have yourself take my advice, do something for your eyes. Get up and walk around, look across the house, look down the street, whatever. I was going to change the Mookie. And then I got befuddled by by what a great relationship he's got with Xi. I'm pretty sure I don't agree with that, but maybe. Doesn't look like the market agrees with it, huh? Well, that V bottom was definitely working out well. Thank you, Agent Orange. It's amazing, isn't it? I may not get out of here during the noon hour. I don't know what to do. And of course, there we go, taking out the T1. Just couldn't get that extra tick over here, but I got it here, no problem. I will have to be honest here to say that I will not be interested in taking a trade until I know that hootenanny back in the Rose Garden's over with. I wish I'd have left early. Then I wouldn't have this, I wouldn't be sitting on this stop. Doesn't look like Captain Fantastic's done yet either over here. I better just watch. Now, it's important to point out here that in hindsight, if I were a rear view mirror trader, I could really bedazzle you, anybody on the stream, with all the wonderful things I did and just how I knew we were a price check at aisle 3 and I got long on the V reversal and on and on and on. But you were, if you're in the stream and you're part of this, you saw exactly what happened. I got a signal. I took the signal, got within a couple of ticks of the T1 of the risk neutral scale and got stopped. And that's exactly what happened. And that's exactly how it happened. Am I upset by that? No. It's, you know, the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. I'm happy that I took exactly my setup and my scale. I mean, my setup and my trade as I'm supposed to. I'm following my plan. That's a good thing. In hindsight, of course, there's a whole bunch of stuff you could do differently. But that's rear view mirror trading, and I don't do that. So, I guess one thing that I do think I did wrong was not be aware of the news that potential critical risk, which I've spoken about enough here till I'm sick of hearing about it, was in play. I wouldn't have put the trade on knowing that, even though I had the signal, because that preempts it. It's like if you get a signal 30 seconds before 7:30 in the morning on the first Friday of every month, you're not going to put on the trade. Better not put on the trade. 30 seconds later is going to be non-farm payroll under normal circumstances. So that was a mistake. I would say. All right, I'm going to head out. I'll make this one a short one, so I'm back around a little after 1300. I'm getting a late start here. Thanks to the Rose Garden Commando. Imagine putting an addition of $200 million on anything. Wow, I was just thinking about that ballroom. Okay, what happened? I see that some people did respond to the text, Antonio. I was only able to see that looking at the stream from my phone while I was out on my journey. So I beat the hell out of me. I'm assuming it'll come right tomorrow. Anyway, I hope everybody's okay. I took a signal trade. Yeah. Right there. Missed the risk neutral scale by a tick, and then got stopped, and here we are back at the back at where we started, kind of. Phew, okay, I need to get hydrated here and get back to normal. So I've closed and restarted the stream on my upper machines, and I see Antonio stuff. Hey, Antonio. Hope everything's going good on your side. Well, I don't want to do that. Something doesn't look right here. No, it is. Okay, I didn't see any movement here. I was thinking, wait a minute, Bubba Louie. So, yeah. Boy, if that's not about a balanced, balanced mess, I don't know what is, huh? I'm not doing any of this, that's for sure. Well, I guess if I'd have taken the B and the trigger here, I'd be scaled up here. Where the hell was my Bill gets stopped out story? Boomer gets clobbered over here. Where'd that go? Right here, I guess. Yeah, you see, that's the trigger, and we didn't have anything else. I just saw that too early, I guess. I'd have been way better off to have missed that one. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Okay, I'm gonna cool down here a bit and then hose off. Come back to the among the living here, I think. It's 31C now over here. I will consider that trade, even though it was on the numbers as far as the signals go. I'm going to consider this trade an error because it was very clear, and I'm sure I articulated. Somebody said something. This was definitely a move on news, and I should have immediately stepped away from the mouse. That's how I would always conduct myself. So I'll consider this an error, even though it's, exactly on point as far as the signals went. And, obviously I didn't do anything stupid and let the trade play out. But that was not good right here. This would have happened, of course, if the system were automatic backtesting. But this is where that piece of equipment you've got sitting on your side of the monitor comes in. Well, they seem to be taking a pretty thorough stand around that 84 handle, huh? Okay. Good for you. Good for them. Well, whew. All right, I think I will step away from this extravaganza here for a minute and see what kind of trouble I can get into around here. No 12-to-1 statistic on the cards, and actually they've now pretty well balanced out the day, pretty much turned it into a rotational retail chop fest. Making a big batch of retail soup. Here's my extravaganza over here. Let me take a screen snap of this, actually, you guys. You can watch that. Wait a minute. That's not what I want to do. Hold the phone. There we go. Okay. I have a, like everything I do, probably crazy, but I have a procedure I follow, and this is basically it. I bring up the lower panel here so that I can still see my time scale. I use the position stuff from Bookmap, and then I can take a snap of the entire deal here with the P&L, the contracts, all the details, including entry and exit time to the second, fills and outcome. And then I keep those in the journal, put those in the static journal. There you go. And then I have no use for this lower pane. A lot of people have all this stuff going on, and not me. It doesn't help me a bit actually. To be honest, more confusing. For example, here's an example of someone's trade, and I just all this stuff, even though he's just got it pared down to a to the entry, and he doesn't have great big volume balls and stuff. It's just I find all these colors and everything doesn't work well with my vision, so that's why I'm not certainly make no comment about anyone's how they do their job or how they use their tools, but it doesn't work for me. So here we have those signals again. The trigger, the B. This is signaling along, of course. But I'm not real rosy and, warm and fuzzy about taking a long out of here. Is the squad through at in the rose garden, I wonder? I think we have pretty much of a chop fest here. I think I'm going to take the suggestion of the cats and go take a shower after the world famous exercise-a-thon here. Is Agent Orange still on stage in the Rose Garden, I wonder? Let's check the news. Well, I don't see any announcement about the fact that shindig is over, and therefore I'm not going to get suckered into that one again. I don't think. Or am I missing it here? I don't think so. Oh, you're missing it, though, because that's the wrong thing, and I don't have my finger on the right button. Here we go. Yeah, all right, well, so far that's good enough for me. Now let me point out to you that if I had taken the signal and gotten along right here, it would have been pretty close to a scale at this point. But, zone line start at 9:30. That's when the IB sets. Pretty balanced inventory, huh? All right, and here we go in the world famous, infamous, I should perhaps say, Power Hour. Look at us go. No, I'm pretty pleased with the way everything's working out. The data's flowing fine. Nothing's fallen over this morning. Took the trade with the signals. I will, as I said, I will put this as an error because that's an oversight on my part. Not ever entering on a news, in a news, on a news, around a news, or even worse, a random risk. That's what that's exactly what happened there. Now, I would have, not been nearly disappointed if it would have gone one more tick and taken out my risk neutral scale. But hey, there you are. The joy of trading. Okay, so here we are now. Almost in the damn power hour already. I mean, in the power hour, and fast approaching what I'm going to run through the back testing. The way I have it set up and the thinking and all that stuff, and and then we'll do the daily recap at 14:30 and stand by for the market on close and balance and what kind of tomfoolery might be fun befall us going into this closing swing trade, and close off the cash at 1500. So here we are. Here is the trade that I took today. Get this over here. You might be able to see a little better like that. There was the entry. That's an IB continuation with the signals. Here was the T1 risk neutral scale. Missed it by 1 tick twice and 2 ticks twice. That's karma, baby. And here would be the T2 in a very reasonable location. But after 8 or 9 minutes, we got stopped. So that's how the cookie crumbles. Now that brings us to, there we are, brings us to the backtesting. And once again, this is my chart, which I just use for visual verification that these levels, which I've built as custom indicators, and the signal markers are firing in the right place as expected, etc. And I've been using them for actual signals to trade manually. So let's look at the backtest system then. This is the trading system for the initial balance trades. There are two. Of course, there's the IB failure for the on the IB high and the IB continuation on the IB high, and the same for the IB low. So that's how those went. Now the trade that I took today was an IB continuation trade based on the signals and based on the way it works is we need to have an A, whatever one went, an A, a B rule, and then a trigger. That was the trigger. I got long with the IB continuation and got stopped eventually over here. Again, we did the same thing again. These green ones on the top are for IB continuation, the red ones are for the IB long. Now, so those are exactly the signals. I just follow them during the day. These, there's a little bit of a difference between, come on now, go away. The way that the system in IRT works is you have to have a rule for each thing you want to do, right? These are called rules. You want a rule for each one of the criteria or the signals or the entry or the stop, and then there are actions for each rule, and it's just these tests true or false. They're can't think of the word anyway. These just test true or false, and if it's true, this fires, and if it's not, it doesn't. So you have to build one. The way the system works, the way it backtests is it runs through, however far back you look, it goes through every 1 minute bar, if that's how you have your backtest set up, for however many days, and runs evaluates each one of these rules against that, against each 1 minute candle, executes or not. So you can set up 500 days, 2 lots in, 2 lots out on the ES, whichever day you want. Let's do this for a close one. Let's do it for 20 days, just for the hell of it. Something different. And let's backtest. Well, it took a second to do that. It took 32 trades, 15 long, 17 short, $8,000. Here is the maximum loss, maximum winner, which are exactly correct as per the 2-lot risk neutral package. And we had 14 winners and we had 4 losers, and we took 32 trades. Now, because this IRT is set up to track only to look at all in, all out, it doesn't realize or understand that the difference between 32 trades and 18 trades are scratches, meaning there's 1 win and 1 loss. It's a scratch. So what I have done, and I hope this makes sense, it's 20 days. I made this little tool. There's 32 trades. There are 14 wins. Average win is 750. There are 4 losers. Average loss is 300. We scratched 14 trades. Win rate is 65.63%. Loss rate is 34.38%. Expectancy is 389.06. Profit factor is 350. Trades per day is 1.6. Boop. There you go. Now, something that's very important to pay attention to here that I spoke about in the pre-market when we talk about setting up the stop loss in ticks, or basing that against your account. And I've talked several times through the day about random distribution. Well, here you go. We had 7 winners, consecutive winners. We had only, in this case, luckily, we only had 2 consecutive losers. So if you were only looking back 20 days, which is definitely not recommended by me, you would only need to be worried about a drawdown of $600. And the last but not least, you can go to this tab and you can look at each and every trade, the date, the exact time, the entry type, the results, the exit results, and the P&L values. Now that is how you do a backtest, in my opinion. And it's not very meaningful like that, but let's do this. Stop and think of how long it would take you to manually scroll back through or some other way accurately calculate 1 minute bars for 500 days. How long would you imagine that takes? Well, I'll tell you. It takes 5 seconds to review 493 trading days and run through each one of these rules over every 1 minute bar in 493 trading days. Comes out with 711 trades and the rest of the data, right? Now this has got an error in it, which I already know about, and I'm not really sure why. This extra revenue here on the winning trades, which we know should be 750, is because on May 1st, 2024, it enters a short, takes the T1 stop, or T1 target, no problem, the trade goes on to T2, but rather than execute T2, it goes passes right over to the end of day. Now, beautiful, if it happened in your favor, but pretty terrible if it didn't. So what I would do then in any kind of totals I were using to deduct that amount of money. But here we go again with our little tool, which makes a little bit more sense. So we've got 711 trades. What am I doing? Hold on, nobody move. 500 days. 711 trades. We've got 252 winners. We've got average winner 750. Well, you can also use these average values down here, which let's do that for this exercise because it's discounting this, okay? So let's, instead of 750, let's call it 657. Let's call it 658 to round up. And there's 214 losses, and the average loss is 300. So we had 245 scratches. 52% win rate, 47% loss rate. Expectancy is 204.6 per trade. Profit factor of 1.18, and which isn't very good actually. And the profit factor not bad. And the R factor, which I don't really have, this is 1.4 per day. But the R factor would be a good one to have, and that's 2.22. The reason I do this is because my thinking is, okay, the difference between 711 and these two, which is 466, is 245. Now, there's half of that winners and half of that losers to make them in order to be a scratch. So I add those back in to the maximum winners and the maximum losers, and then divide the maximum loser plus the scratch wins by 711 to get this different win rate and loss rate. Otherwise, if you just use this calculation without adjusting, it's 35% win rate, a 2.22 profit factor. I'm pretty sure that my rule, my way, or my method makes sense. But I want to put that out front. And again, you can go through every trade back to November 21st, 2023. The beautiful part about this now is it's very simple to do what if stuff. What if I don't have a risk neutral scale at 12 ticks? What if I have what if I take them all off at 24 ticks or at 36? Go all in, all out. You can easily do that. I can easily have once T1 is achieved, I can trail up to break even. For example, there's any kind of a what if thing you want to do like that. Change the rules. If I don't think that the rules should be based on the stop, on the close, rather than the high or low, for example, I could do that. And you can compare and see what exactly, what the outcome would be without spending the rest of your natural life to do it. And last but not least, a function here that's really pretty cool, I believe, is to backtest and optimize a specific data set, and then take that optimized strategy and forward trade it, forward walk, over new data. The way you do it is you look back however many days from, say, January 31st of 2024, and you do a backtest, and then you optimize that. When you have it optimized the way you want, you can take the optimized strategy and then forward walk it over, or forward test it over all the data that's not involved in the backtest. In other words, from the 1st of January of 2025 until current. Pretty cool stuff. And that's how you do it. And then you could build yourself one for just IB short if you're, whatever you want. I have one built for the IB continuation and one built for the IB failure, but I combined them all for an IB test here, which I thought made sense. And the next one I'll do is probably the VPOC migration. Now that I've got this worked out, I can do this. It's taken me 3 months or something to do the IBs manually as I was getting this code to work properly. So there you are. What are we doing now? Okay, we're getting pretty close to our witching hour here. Looks to me like the damn volume is just dried up. I'm having to watch to see if the current price is moving, and these are 1 minute bars. Same thing over here on Bookmap. So I'm going to just be content to stand by and have my one day full stop, which is 24 ticks right here, and that constitutes $300. Of course, when I take 2 profit targets, that's $750 profit. So about 2.5 to 1. All right. Common sense works out with my, my fingers and toes, and just as it does with the actual math. So I like it when it all adds up, one way, both ways, and that's how I am going with it. And I will now, tomorrow I will look forward to being sharp and rosy and another, and hopefully no unexpected critical risk maneuvers. And I will, there we go. It's called trading. You see how this has gone unavailable and all this levels, the flags have gone off? That's because I made the mistake long ago of keeping this stuff in Dropbox. Sometimes when Dropbox wants to re-index, it throws, if it does it at the same time that this thing wants to update, you get that, and then it just comes right in a couple of seconds. So just to explain so everybody knows what's going on. I'm going to step away now and, yeah, got a few minutes before the bottom of the hour. I'll do the recap. What is that? Go away, wherever you are. All right, let's do 1430. We'll pull a recap here. We'll pull a kneecap. Pretty obviously what we've done today. I want to point out that here's the open. You know, we're about 3 handles above the open, 2. So it's been just basically a speculation fest. And I would suppose a lot of people got chopped up. I took a stop. So yeah, there you go. It is Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, Tuesday. So tomorrow's the big Wednesday in the sky. And pretty much of a balanced profile if you had to look at it, right? You look at it like this, value is overlapping higher than yesterday, but a pretty balanced profile. Pretty orderly auction. This is the ES, of course, and this is the NQ mini. Here's the higher time frame. Here's 2 Fridays ago when we're going to put 100% tariff on China in the tweet, and then 227.75 points later, the ES ended up. And here we are yesterday and again today. And now today with a doji or whatever you want to call that. This is the market profile. And here are the same spread for the micro. We are essentially a little bit light on volume. We remained long. We have still not made any indication to test the gap from yesterday. Here. That typically somebody's going to come back and see that one these days. And here's our all-time high up here. Which one they're going to go for first, do you suppose? I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, that's where we are that way. So let's look at the craziness for tomorrow. Again, this is my news sources are free. This is investing.com. Excuse me. And here's tomorrow. Nothing times 2. This is all because of there's no economic data coming out because of the shutdown. We are in earnings, which of course is not affected by that. And Wednesday will be Tesla, IBM, AT&T, some biggies coming out on tomorrow morning. And this quarter moon indicates that they will be after the close, and this sun is before the open. So Tesla will be tomorrow afternoon after the close, as will IBM. Financial Juice, a similar calendar on this side, and more of a live squawk box feeling going on over here. I can't believe he's still talking, but apparently he is. I guess. Well, anyway, this is where we'll get to market on close orders. So be extremely careful. You know, I've gone through the unexpected or unidentified critical risk enough. It's got nothing to do with politics, but it's got to do with the market. And if you don't believe that for a minute, tell me what you think happened right here. That was from one unsubstantiated tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. And by unsubstantiated, I mean no corroborating documentation or other sites filling in, you know, China did this or sent letters to them or whatever the story was. So one tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. If you were in the trade and weren't properly, didn't have your stops and your targets, your brackets all set, and that they were server side, you might have had a real bad day. And that's not absolutely nothing to do with politics. It's exactly the reason why every day I go through the reports. Every day, every week, every day, we see what's coming out and when. We know that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning is the non-farm payroll, which is the biggest economic number in terms of impact on the auction that there is scheduled. But we know about that. We can make a risk mitigation plan for it. We can make a plan how to deal with it. When there is this kind of thing out of no place, that's an unrealized, unexpected critical risk. So that's why I talk about it, because it's really important. You need to have a plan in place. In my opinion, you need to very definitely only trade with bracket orders, stops and targets, and only A+ setups so that you limit your account exposure to the market risk. It's just facts. And there you have it. So now we are likely to just kind of wind it out. Going to end up on a doji, which is an indication of real indecision. Not a surprise. Here's the open and here's our trade. We went exactly nowhere all day. Oh, yeah, I don't know what else to say. Keep your powder dry. Tomorrow we got no reports. Who knows what will happen with Random Risk Squad. And we'll stand by for the market on close orders or market on close imbalance. And then I'll be winding the stream down at 1500 as usual in anticipation of seeing you all again first thing in the morning at 0800. I start at 6 and I will continue till about 2100 tonight. But as far as the stream's concerned, I do not. And the again, if these levels or these price, the session prices pushed in real time would be helpful to you, just subscribe and like and put something in the chat, and I'll be happy to hook you up. I share these with all kinds of people in different places, TLab and Statistic, and I share it. It is a link to a Google Drive sheet, and you just can paste that link, specially configured link, into your Cloud Notes or your indicator or whatever, however you do it in your software. And these are pushed automatically live real time from 1700 on Sunday evening until about 1600 on Friday afternoon. So there you go. And 10 minutes to the market on close and balance. And let's see what this hootenanny looks like over here. And here's the full day today on the backtest verification chart. Really stupid of me to take this. I'm really surprised I did that, actually. But hey, I did it, and I did it exactly as I would have expected. And, you know, like I said, right here's one tick from the scratch, one tick from the risk neutral scale. So you never know. You never know. Remember that it is a random market, and the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. Whether you want to believe that or not, that's the case. And you hear this every day, but you probably pay no attention to it. However, it is one of the most important statistical facts that we hear frequently in trading, and that is that past performance is not indicative of future results. That means that all this trade doesn't have anything to do with the outcome of this next trade, because this is new data and this is historic history. There's actually a term for that called the gambler's fallacy, and that's primarily in roulette. Well, we've had 5 blacks in a row. The probability of another black has got to be almost zero. I'm going red. That's the gambler's fallacy, and casinos love it. Absolute crap. The odds on the roulette wheel, if there's no green and the numbers are even, black and red, then the odds are even, 50-50. What the casinos have done, have added a green 0 in Europe and a double 0 green in addition to the single 0 in the U.S., and that further skews the odds to the house. Not cheating, not anything else. It's just they have calculated an edge just exactly as we are doing here in trading. So that's all there's to it. We be the house, be the casino. That's the whole thrust of this mission here that I'm doing. My voice sounds funny to me. I don't know why. So here we go. Hey, Panda, what's up? Huh? I know I need a shower. Don't wrinkle up your nose and look at me like that. So another 6 minutes and we'll have the market on close. I'll wait and close this session out, and then I'll move on to the soccer dad and the rest of my other world and make Panda happy. At this point, obviously, I'm not going to be entertaining any trades, or signals, so that's neither here nor there anymore. What else do we have? Our volume is still voluming along, a little bit light. We've gotten all but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then some of these down here, these real far-fetched ones down here of our statistics today. Hey, baby. Hey, baby panda. Yeah, here's all the numbers that I share on the TLab Snap every day. And there we go. We'll close her out with this. Okay. Well, what are your bets? Should we bet that there's no action for the market on closing balance? I don't think there'll be any like there used to be. Yesterday we had a little bit of a fluff, but that's about it. Used to be quite dramatic. We do have some, this liquidity is holding pretty strong up here at 85 handle. They're keeping a lid on the pot pretty tight. Keeping a lid on the pot. Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. And, you know, drop something in the chat. It's great to hear from where you are, who you are, where you are in the world. I've lived a lot of pretty goofy places pretty much around the world, so I might have lived pretty close to your house at some point or another. And again, my goal here is the reason the stream is so long is for complete transparency and accountability. You saw my trade right here and you saw the outcome, and that's exactly how it goes. And you also, it's kind of handy because you see exactly how Bookmap marks and graphs everything, so there can be no question. in addition to the results there. And when I take my snap, the complete results right here. So yeah. I start every morning at 8 o'clock with a pre-market. Well, good morning and a little bit of a rundown on the stream, the usual disclaimers, and then there's the market on close right there. You see that? Oops. So we had about a 3-handle pop. Not much. Not much. Anyway, I do, the usual kind of greeting and then then we'll go through over the numbers and then the pre-market, analyze what's happened in the overnight trade, what I expect is going to happen in the day, set up book map for trading and go through the explanation of the multi-brackets and the risk neutral trade management philosophy. And then we, open the door and away we go. Here are the market on close imbalance, very light again as yesterday. 66 million sell side on the S&P, 105 million buy side on NASDAQ, and 116 sell side on the Dow, and 27 million sell side on the Mag 7. Now this is, I guess, in respect of, I guess they're being nice to them about the earnings, I guess. I mean, last week we had 3 billion, 800 and something million sell sides. We think that we think that the market's watching our stops, right? Imagine the value of 3 billion S&P contracts at $12.50 per tick. Imagine the value or the change in value of one tick. I can't figure it out. I mean, I can't do the math. I get all mixed up when I get into billions, and never mind about trillions. I can't wrap my head around those numbers. And I can't imagine why I want to. So there we have it. And we will be wrapping this bad boy up. PDQ at the top of the hour. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. It's, trading's a lonely business, eh? And it helps to be, to have feedback and camaraderie and, be out in the sun instead of under a rock down in the basement or something. No matter what kind of gear you have. And that's also in something else, is to share ideas and thoughts, and it's a good thing. And hopefully now AWS will have their wrinkles all ironed out, and the stream I'll restart my machines tonight. I typically do all the updates and restart everything every weekend, and then I pause all the updates on Sunday for 7 days, so I don't have any surprise interruptions through the week. That's something I suggest you do. And then on Saturday, you can, check for updates, do all those things, restart your machines. Don't shut them off, restart them. And there's a reason for that. When you shut your machine off with Windows, it saves a whole bunch of stuff for fast startup. If you restart, it clears everything out. So that's an important little trick. And you can do that on Saturday, and then, or on Sunday, and then pause your check for updates 4 or 7 days, and you're all set. You won't have any surprise restarts or and it's just a good habit to get into, you know, do a restore point, you know, every week, and why not? Back it up, back up your stuff, create an image. Remote drives are so cheap nowadays. Do an image and all that stuff. So, and like I said earlier in the afternoon, you know, the most critical piece of hardware or mushware that you have in your trading life is on your side of the monitor. So really take care of your eyes and your health and be hydrated and work out. You know, it's very important. It's the most important thing you've got. You know, you can be running on a half-ass, trading on a half-ass laptop with a teeny-weeny little screen, and if your brain and everything is good, you can make money. So, there you go. I suggest giving a listen at about 1 hour and 4 minutes in on the disclaim Topstep draw issue. In case you're doing Topstep or any kind of a prop thing, give a listen to that. It's pretty disappointing. And I mean, it's first person happened to me last week. Yeah, so we've got 2.5 minutes, baby. 6 hours and 57 minutes and 25 seconds. I've been standing here. Except for when I was outside abusing myself for a few miles in the sun. It's really important to do that. I didn't previously, but I started a week or two ago. And I've always gone every Sunday for about 12 miles or roughly here. And I got to thinking it's better daily than, you know, just one big shot on 1 day a week. So I do this for 3 to 4 miles every day, and then cut back Sunday to around, 8 or 9. And I've got barbells in here and pull-up bar in the doorway, and I try to do that stuff as I can through the day to keep the blood pumping. I'll just tell you one thing. I doubt if anybody in here is probably as old as I am. But it's real. The older you get, the easier it is to fall out of shape, and the harder it is to get back in. And I'm not exaggerating the importance of being in shape and fit and having a sharp, aware mind when it comes to trading. That's a big deal. Your focus, big deal. We're going to get right back down to the open. You watch this. We got less than a minute now, boys and girls. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby, ooh. Ooh, baby, ooh. The liquidity's coming in around the bid. Filling her up. And there we go. Four points away from the open. There we are. There's the open right there. And 10 seconds. Not much of a market on opening or closing swing trade. I guess if you got short, you're pretty happy about life in general there. That would have been 12 points. It would have been a two contract, or I mean my typical trade. So nothing to sneeze at, but certainly nothing that I know about predicting or trading. So Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. It's really great, and I appreciate it. Smack a thumbs up and a sub. It's an honor and a big help. Drop something in the chat. Hopefully I'll have everything will continue to smooth out from, internet wrinkle wise. And there you go. Take care of yourself. See you tomorrow at 0800.